Nah, 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 nah. Hey, we're not muted anymore. Hi, everybody. I gotta get over to my notes because it's slight chaos. Hey, everyone. Welcome. Good evening and welcome back to Against the Tides, a homebrewed campaign set in the continent of Wildmount in the world of Exandria. I am joined today in every session by our wonderful group of players. We're going to go ahead and kick it off with a round of introductions, starting with Sarah.
Well, hello. I am Osara Sprinko. I play Kelby Sparkspinner, the gnome druid. And if I remember correctly, we're all feeling rather under the weather. Over to Chum.
Hello, that's me. I'm Chum. I go by Chum Nation around the Twitch and Twitter parts, and I am playing Anders Oberyn. He's just a monk, so we'll leave it at that. And yeah, I'm really happy to see all your faces because it's been a minute. Tyrant.
Hi everyone, I am Tyrant. I will be playing Mistwin Iron Fist, the dwarf paladin, and I learned last session that I shouldn't just randomly touch things. You'd think I would have learned that lesson by now. Let's go on to Saint.
Hi, that's me. I'm DMF Saint. I play Turley the Turtle. He's a laugh cleric who's going through some shit, who is also very unhappy at the level of moist that he currently is.
Aren't turtles supposed to be moist?
Mm-hmm. I
Interesting.
mean, you would know that. Like, aren't you? Isn't
yeah.
turtle a reptile?
I mean, yeah. Is it more a tortoise or a turtle?
You can ask and find out.
Maybe.
I'll do you direct.
Direct right here. I play Chinook, the Circle of the Moon druid. It's cold. It's dark. We're here. Ash.
Oh, hey, that's me. Hey, I'm Ash. I'm the DM, and I'm excited. If anything, just to see what these guys are gonna do. As a new, still relative new DM, I've been doing this for almost a year now. Still having a hard time of determining, like, prep all the things in the world versus see what they want to do and go with it. So, working on it. Anyway, we're gonna get into a bit of a recap here. Last we left off, our adventurers newly joined together with the purpose and determination of being, of working together to fell a giant, somehow travel through time, and end up in the city of Zadash. The orb that Turley carries, a relic of a previous travels along the Menagerie Coast, appeared to have some sort of inert power, though it was shattered and unstable. After a quick jaunt around the Harvest Close Festival and meeting one Pumpkin the Kenku, the group sought assistance at a local shop, the Invulnerable Vagrant, so hard to say, to gain the expertise of one or several Pumat Soul, a gentle furbolg with a knack for gadgets and repairs. To be completed over the night, the furbolgs got to work while the group was led to a nearby, nearby tavern, run by one of Chinook's old friends. An evening full of music and recollection led to an early morning tour around the city before being led back to Pumat's. They determined that the orb had been broken for an unknown length of time and were able to repair it for the most that they could. God, my notes are like so jagged today. They still can't tell exactly what it was other than some sort of casing around an orb, and that it was immensely powerful. After an obscenely high offer to purchase the orb to further study its origins and power, Mistwind looked into the orb itself and caused it to react. Light poured out, connected our party together, and suddenly they were not where they once were. Hard rain, thunder, and lightning greeted our party in near pitch dark. Gaining shelter and sending out a familiar to scout, it was determined that they have been shifted far to the east, to the infamously fallen nation of Draconia. The storm continues to rage on, my friends. Lightning cracks down on the mountains surrounding you, revealing a great ravine of rubble, ruin, and desolation. What are you guys doing?
So just to clarify, this storm is of a rain nature and not a blizzard nature, correct?
It appears to be that way, yes. It is still very cold, but it's mostly rain, lightning, thunder, the whole shebang.
And we're in like mountainous kind of ravine area.
Yeah, from what you had gathered from Kelby's familiar, having gone and scouted the area, it seemed that you were kind of down further than you thought, and that there were somehow like rocky walls surrounding you, assuming that this was the crater of where Draconia had fell.
Can I also get a confirmation that we are still in that little cave area, or did we move on? I can't remember that part. Sorry.
From what I recall, you guys were, I don't think you were really in a cave. It was like underneath some rubble, like an old building that had crumbled there.
Yeah. Like a little, like
but-
lean-to, like concrete lean-to, like a
Yeah.
rubble lean-to. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. The Turley is still kind of sitting to provide some like side cover with his shell for people, so that there's like a little nook as opposed to just like something fallen that has open sides, and is not happy being moist.
What just happened?
Well, I came
what-
over here and sat down, and then then you sat over there, and Turley sat there, but I think the rain was dripping on him, so he moved over there. And then I sneezed twice, and Chinook groaned like he was annoyed. And then you asked, so what just happened?
I believe the answer you're looking for is I touched the ball, and now we seem to have transported again.
So excuse me. So here, yeah. Listen, I wish I could say that you get used to this, but you really don't. It's jarring every time.
I am truly sorry for putting us in this situation. I didn't realize that just inspecting it would. Can we get rid of it?
I really don't think we should get rid of it, but I don't think we should play around with it either.
I mean, if we get rid of it, how are we going to get back? We going to swim?
Where are we? Do we know where we are?
I have no idea. I just assumed swimming would be involved with all this water.
I've never swam in the rain before. But I guess it's worth a try.
You should go find a puddle.
DM, would I know where we are? Have any inkling as to civilization that could be in this area? I think we may have touched on this last time, but I don't remember.
Yeah, Mistwin, you made a history check, so you know that it's the ruined city of Draconia.
Okay. Good to know. Well, where we are in eastern Wildmount, along the Ashkeeper, is that right? Ashkeeper Peaks?
Yes.
Along the Ashkeeper Peaks. This used to be a civilization of Dragonborn. It collapsed a long time ago during the attack of the Chroma Conclave. There used to be a dragon that made its roost here too, but I don't know exactly what happened to it.
I'm sorry. I'm going to need you to think real hard on that one and try to remember.
Do I remember?
If you want to make another history check, you can.
Let's make a history check.
Please do.
That's a 10.
A 10. You know that there was a dragon here, and the most that you would know is that it was part of the Chroma Conclave. That's it.
Can I
Well,
get a spelling on that, please?
Yeah, I'll type it into
Brilliant.
good
Thank
old
you.
Discord.
the dragon was part of the Chroma Conclave, but I don't know exactly what happened to it. But obviously, the world is not ruled by a bunch of chromatic dragons right now, so I believe we should be okay.
Listen, I don't want to go all conspiracy theory on you, but are you sure about that?
No, to be completely honest, I'm not.
All right. So we are kind of a little fucked. Okay, just checking in.
Regardless of, well, especially if there's dragons about, we do need to find some sort of better shelter than this. Or at least start making our way. Ooh. South. We don't want to go north.
You said this was a city, right?
It used to be.
So maybe there's a downtown we can make our way
Yes.
to.
It
That's
used
what I
to-
was. That's exactly what I was thinking, Turley.
Are
Yeah.
you suggesting we should make our way to the lower part of the city?
Well, I figure downtown there's probably some, better structures there, considering that most of the cities that I've been in, the downtown area is pretty well planned. Maybe we could find a better shelter.
Okay, we can talk on the way, but where do we go from here? What? I think we should.
Well, no one should touch that orb again. That's for gosh darn sure.
It's worth pointing out do you remember when you first met me and I said that I wasn't really from here, that I had kind of like found myself in Palma Flora? Yeah, so I touched the orb and that's how I got there.
But we've touched it since, right? I mean, the Pumat souls didn't get
Yeah,
bounced around at all.
yeah.
So
That is a good point. Humont was there when it went off, yes?
well, and Pumpkin.
Where is Pumpkin?
Well, he's not here.
Oh, right. But the point being, it's only transporting us, even when people are in proximity.
I think somebody wants us to have this.
We should
I think
probably
we're
find out
supposed to
who
be-
then.
Yeah, I think we're supposed to do something here. Though it would have been nice if they'd given us umbrellas first.
Not kidding.
Not really forward thinking. Chinook, what do you think?
At first, I was thinking if we just touch it again, we can get somewhere that's not raining.
Curly tosses his backpack over towards Chinook. Go ahead.
Cool. I'm gonna pull the orb out and just start tapping on it.
Okay. So you pull out the orb, which you now know is kind of a glass and gilded case with handles surrounding this orb. You tap it, and the light that shines through the cracks just barely glimmers a bit extra, a bit more, reacting to your touch. Just barely.
I think that whatever's moving us around, like we said, has things it wants us to do. Once we do those things, I would guess that we get teleported again somewhere else.
Almost like a recharge.
And I'm going to go ahead and put it back in there and throw it straight back to Turley.
Turley does not catch it.
Turley,
Well-
do you not want to carry it?
Well, it's listen, it's kind of a touchy subject right now because
Because we just touched it. Sorry.
I get
Yeah.
it's a touchy subject.
yeah.
I can carry it. I'm actually really good at keeping small, precarious magic items safe. It's one of my best skills.
Well, that begs the question: what are you hiding?
A smuggler never tells.
All right.
But I'm a druid, so not really anything. I have some snacks.
Mental note to check through your bags while you're sleeping, and I'm on watch. Got it.
Oh, remember, I'm the one that's always awake.
That'll be a fun game.
Oh.
Kelby's gonna stand up and pick up the bag and just very carefully like retrieve the object out and stow it in her own pack. Being very like showing Turley like it's in this pocket, like showing exactly where it's stored. She's then gonna kind of rummage around and gather up her items and look at everybody. So are we gonna camp here or should we try to find someplace better? I'm fine either way.
We should try to find some shelter.
Better
Who's
sounds
that?
better.
Better shelter, yes.
Any place that's not damp.
DM, have we seen any sign of life or, well, specifically predators in the area? Or just anything that could be dangerous?
I mean, no one's really looked for that other than Kelby's familiar kind of roaming around. It's very difficult to see out here because of how bad the storm is. It is like a torrential downpour. You know, that kind of rain where you can't really see much more than like a couple feet in front of you and just shapes beyond that. That's basically what's happening here. So even with the scouting that Kelby's familiar did, it was mostly ruins and puddles and, you know, the edge of a ravine, and that's about it. But if you wanted to go out and look or ask for anyone else to do so, then that is up to you.
I think maybe we should keep our eye out as we're heading deeper into the ravine. We are going deeper than likely. If there's anything out here that might want to make us its dinner, it will also be sheltering from the storm.
Alrighty then.
Do we need to move quietly?
It wouldn't hurt.
How long does this last? An hour. Okay. Spend 2 key points and cast Pass Without a Trace on everyone.
Oh, dang.
Okay. All right, monk. Shit. Okay.
Dope
This is-
monk shit.
This is when the DM realizes monks can cast Pass Without a Trace.
Yep.
'Cause I actually didn't know that.
Monks
Me
are
neither.
Monks
amazing.
really
Alright,
are very good.
Just a regular monk, no big deal.
Yep,
regular
hashtag sweaty monk meat.
I'm gonna pull up your character sheet just to confirm that for my own sake. Anyway, continue.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull out my shield and put away the maul for this, just in case. If anyone doesn't have any objections, I can I can lead the pack. Take the brunt.
The brunt of what?
Well, anything that wants to pop out and scare us.
Do you think that's... Well, I guess we don't really know.
I will say, not necessarily here in the Ruins of Draconia, but the surrounding area and north, it's a real bad place.
What do you mean? Like your
No.
shoelaces come untied every time you're there?
No, north of here was one of the battlegrounds of the gods during the divergence, and they left behind some nasty things.
Hey, you remember the dragon thing from before? I'm gonna need you to think real hard on that nasty thing stuff you just said.
The magic in this place, the natural order of life, is a little twisted. I can't tell you specifics because I haven't been there, but from what I've read, there's a lot of perversions
Versions.
of the natural order.
I had a third cousin that was one of those.
We're gonna put a pin in that for just a second.
Yes.
Hey DM,
Yeah.
I would like to pick a point about 20 yards or 20 feet away from me,
Okay.
outside of this particular enclosure, and cast Sacred Flame and see if it's weird.
Okay.
I the ground needs to roll a dex save.
Cool. Hang on. Sick.
Failed.
It did. If the ground could fail, it would. You shoot your sacred flame out into the storm. It looks like it hit something, but again, it's hard to see through all of this rain. A bit of lightning, cracks in the sky, attempting to illuminate the surrounding area. Almost immediately after you shoot your sacred flame out. And it looks like it just hit a boulder.
Sorry, there was a rat outside. I was trying to get it.
Oh, that's actually a really good idea. Next time you see one, maybe don't kill it though. I can ask it questions. If it feels like talking. Rats can kind of go either way. They're normally have a lot going on.
Yep, that's exactly what I'm gonna do.
All right. Is everyone ready?
Yeah, which way are we going?
We will make our way downtown.
But walk really fast. I've heard that that's how you get less wet in the rain.
It actually doesn't matter. It's the water you walk into that gets you wet. So walk fast, walk slow. You're gonna get the same amount of wet.
Oh.
I don't know if you just tried to reference the song or not. We're making our way downtown.
Oh, yeah,
She said walking
absolutely.
fast.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Make our way.
Are we doing this? Are we doing this quick and quiet
This-
like?
Well, quiet.
Quiet like.
Right.
Kelby's gonna pull up her cloak over her head as tight as she can. And you'll notice that it actually, as she does, it like cinches down pretty well to keep her like very small. Like not that she's large anyways, but it's very like it's almost like she disappears a little bit in the rain. Like there's no magical effects. You can just tell that this is a cloak intended to get you from point A to point B. Sneaky like.
Okay. So, in the midst of a storm, late at night, none of you know exactly what time it is, but you're going out anyway. Am I hearing this correctly?
Absolutely.
Because
Miss-
we're adventurers.
Yes.
Mistman's full sea dog, just letting the rain hit him, just full on trudging through.
So, this is fun. Don't know exactly what role I want this to be, but I want you guys to do something to help me figure out which direction you're going and how you know what direction you're going. Let's see.
Oh, this is when I wish I'd taken keen mind. Right
Yep.
here.
Yep, that's a
Great.
great feat. Would highly recommend.
Well, you said we could go, like, we're looking down into the chasm, right? Kind of.
You're like on the ground of it, so
Oh, we're in the chasm.
you're in the chasm.
I see.
Yeah.
This changes things.
I would like to.
I mean, it's like it's a valley, right? I mean, it runs two directions, right?
More or less.
Or is it like a giant crater and we can go anyway?
It's
It's
I
kind
think
of
it's
both.
more of a giant crater, right? Because it kind of like skidded and hit at like an angle.
Yeah, where you guys are at is, I believe, where it just rested. But there is a ravine within this area, and you would know this, Mistwin, that was created as part of the fall of Draconia.
Could I make a survival check to see, kind of try to get a gist of what directions are which?
Yeah, and anyone else that would want to join in on that, you're welcome to.
Not me.
14?
Why not?
23 for Turley.
19.
Okay, there we
Yeah.
go.
All right.
12.
I'm gonna keep my eye out for any nasties. Natural
boy.
1 perception.
Jesus Christ.
This is incredible. Yeah, so anyone that got higher than, I would say, like a 17 or so, based on like where you can barely see the moon peeking through the clouds, and kind of how dark it feels, you can tell that it's late at night and that the moon is a little bit further towards the west. So it's later and later in the night, meaning you have a sense of direction of where you're going. Kelby, you would have noticed this with your familiar earlier, that you guys are kind of on the northern part of this ravine. It would have scouted out and reached the far most northern part of it, kind of wrapping around when it finally came back to where you guys were. So, yeah, you guys are in the northern part of this ravine.
Kelby would call that out to everyone, like as we're moving, and I'm assuming kind of ducking under various rubble as we go, just that we're on the north side of this thing. Kelby would also be like, because it's raining and it's night, she knows that there's probably going to be some like creatures like in the bush or like huddled, so she's trying to keep a sharp eye out for like any owls kind of hiding in trees to stay dry and various other things, because she's wanting to talk to some of the locals.
Okay. Can I get a marching order of how you guys are traversing through this? You have a question? Or first?
Yes, but I do, but one.
Cool. Cool, this one going first.
Turley, with his higher survival role, Turley would stick around the center of the pack
Okay.
to kind of like be the point that everyone like can see the whole
Yeah.
time. You know what I mean?
The
Also,
giant,
Turley,
tall, dark mass moving in
Yeah.
front of them.
yeah, Turley also is not hiding and ducking under rubble. Like, he's just walking. He doesn't look any different, except instead of the kind of dopey, perennially happy expression on his face, it's now a very clear turtle frown. He's just like nothing else has changed. He's just grumpy.
Turtle frown. That's cute. All right, we got Miss One in the front, Turley kind of in the middle. Where is Chinook in all this?
I'll take 2.
Okay.
I will also be up in front.
Okay. You can hang out next to Chinook, maybe. Is that okay? Well, it's up to you. I'm not making decisions
Yeah.
for you.
Yeah.
And then
I mean, it's not like a single file
yeah, you guys are
thing we're
like
in, right? I mean,
grouped together, kind of. Just curious of like who's taking point
Yeah.
on this and who might be towards the back.
Kelby would be towards the back. She's she's looking around, trying to like catch any little creatures that she can, and would probably be like, she's never been to a ruin before, so she's probably like very curiously like taking it all in to try and see like, oh whoa, like even though it's nighttime and it's dark, just like she doesn't know if she's ever gonna come back here. She wants to see what's up.
Okay. So now that you guys are like making your way southbound, make your way every time. Can we get a group perception roll? I'm gonna say that this is at disadvantage because of how ridiculous this storm is right now. Unless you can prove me otherwise.
Roll a 23 on survival. Does that mean?
What's the
Wow.
button you hold to at disadvantage?
What's that?
control.
There already- Is
I
it
think.
control?
Yes,
I
control.
think.
There it is. Thank you.
You said
Oh,
perception.
Yes. Come on, Mr. Cleric. What'd you get?
7.
Oh.
I posted my roll in the Discord.
Oh no.
No, but
Oh, buddy.
Check it out.
Amazing.
shit.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
man.
it's a 1 and a 20, so that's a 1.
Heck.
For a 8.
Oh my god.
Damn. That was a pretty freaking good
I got a 5.
5. All right, sick. So I'm gonna say that Anders and Mistwin, kind of up towards the front of this group, are having a hard time making your way through. It is so hard to see directly in front of you that you're having to take very small steps to make sure that you're not stepping into rubble that's gonna like fall, or into a deep puddle that's actually like more lake-like than anything. So you guys are more focused on keeping the group on a steady path rather than looking around you. Let's see here. What did Turley got a 7? So you're kind of doing the same thing too. You're like kind of hovering your hands around the shoulders of these two guys to make sure that they're not gonna like fall over, just taking over your cleric duties of, all right, I got you. No, not that way. No. I'm a little bit taller than you. I can guide you this way. That's fine. And then Kelby, you're having a really hard time searching for any sort of life out here other than your compatriots here with you. You might see a bird huddled underneath some sort of ruin as you might pass by, but they're more like asleep and not paying attention to you all than anything. If you wanted to try and speak with them, let me know. I'm very quickly going to address what Chinook might have seen. Sure. So Chinook, you being kind of up in the front here, seeing your friends here having a bit of a rough time going, you're a little bit quick on your feet. You as a genasi can kind of meld with the elements just a little bit better than most others. So you're finding it easier to find that steady path. The water is just kind of trailing off of you and not really getting in your eyes or anything. What you're seeing here is just ruin and desolation in front of you. You can kind of see through this rain a little bit more than others. You see, it's kind of crazy. You see what looks like basically the side of a mountain is just jutting out of another one, but on top of it are buildings and towers and trees growing out of them. The weirdest thing that you see is beneath that large bit of land sticking out of this other land, as it shouldn't be there, you see a bright blue stone that just barely sparkles, with smaller stones of similar color and texture kind of hovering around them. But these large, massive stones, almost as large as the ravine themselves, they're not really doing anything other than being giant stones. The ones hovering near them are the ones that still have some sort of energy in them.
As far as the color does it resemble the color of light that comes from the orbital?
Not particularly. The light and the color that's coming from these stones is a very deep kind of cerulean blue, whereas the light from the orb is just blinding. You can't comprehend a certain color off of it. It's like staring straight into the sun.
I would try to lead the group that way, I think.
Okay.
Just because of it's different and everything else is kind of in rubble.
Sure.
So I'd kind of tap Mistwin up on the shoulder and kind of, hey, I don't know if you can see the glowy rocks over there, but we might want to go check that out. Pointing in the direction.
I'm gonna start moving up ahead, just kind of like slowly tiptoeing up. See if it's danger or welcoming. How far off is it?
This is probably about 50 yards ahead of you. At least the giant blue stone is. You can, just by the shape itself, you can see the bit of this previous floating island is like stuck in the side of this ravine. And it's massive. It's kind of hard to comprehend the scale, mostly because of how dark it is.
Yeah, I'll start heading up, and then kind of I want to get a little bit of separation from the group, so that if something bad happens, they're not boned by what I do.
Okay. Are you doing anything in particular with heading up
Yeah,
there
I
by
just
yourself?
want to. So that's a large glowing stone, right? Like,
Yeah.
my people are good with stonework. Let's see what this thing is.
Okay. Are you proficient in any sort of like masonry type of thing?
You know, I have this nifty feat here.
Tell me all about it.
Called stone cunning.
I dig
Whenever
it.
I make a history check relating to the origin of stonework, I am considered proficient, and I double my proficiency.
Well, then I would say, shit, yeah, you can do exactly that if you want to try and discern what this might be.
Well, let's see if that works. That is an 18.
18. Okay. Yeah, the closer you get, the more you can see the glow coming from this stone. And you can even start seeing these smaller chunks of this stone kind of hovering right around it. Some of them even hovering as close as the general earth of this now fallen island. You would recognize this, especially knowing of the fall of Draconia. You would recognize this as a broomstone. I will spell that for you in Discord. I spelled it wrong already. Broomstone. There you go. This is a stone that, one of many very, very large ones that were kind of looked like they were insert into the bottom of, but very likely were already formed in the bottom of the city and really the nation of Draconia. This is what kept it afloat. That's how you mostly discern it because of the small floating rocks around it. And you're like, oh wait, that rings a bell. But the larger stone of it is cracked in multiple ways. It's still just like dimly shining from the inside, but it's inert at this point. It's no longer functioning.
Gotcha. Okay. So not inherently dangerous. That's good. We'll go back to the party. There's a large chunk of stone up ahead that it's actually pretty interesting. It used to make the city float. Well, it's one of the things that made the city float.
Float? Like
Yeah,
what?
like up in the sky. Oh, right. I should probably explain. Draconia used to be a kingdom of dragonborn that lived in a floating city. And then
Bullshit.
No, real shit, real shit.
He's right.
Oh my god. For the first time on the trip, Charlie starts to chuckle.
Oh.
Sorry.
And that over there made it happen? Just some rock?
Well, I mean, and Mistman will beckon everybody forward to kind of show. You can actually see some of the other smaller rocks are still floating, even though the general layout is disrupted. The magic kind of still persists, but it was not just this one. There were many of these, probably larger than this. It is a large city.
Are any of these small enough that I can put them in my pocket?
Oh yeah, Kelby's gonna try and swipe some too.
Most of the ones that are floating kind of up further in the air are much larger and therefore retained more of their power. we got a little doggy audience. Yay. It's okay.
Finn's watching.
Oh, buddy, he's so cute.
He's watching.
What do I do?
Dire wolves.
Oh my god, I just saw the dog.
He's hanging out. Yeah, you would see a few smaller ones that are kind of just hovering near ground level. Did you want to try and take some?
Oh, absolutely.
As many as I can get my hands on.
Okay.
Kelby's probably only gonna take like one or try to take one to start, because this is blowing her fucking mind.
Okay. Can you make a quick investigation check to see how many in the area there might be?
Yes.
Or rather, how many in the area there might be that you can actually grab?
19 and 18.
Cool.
Hell yeah.
All right. That's dope as hell. Yeah, there's probably about a dozen of them just kind of hanging in the general area where you guys are. You see more off in the distance that are slightly bigger, that are floating a little bit higher. But yeah, there's about a dozen within the general vicinity.
Kelby, how many do you want?
She's just, and again, like this small ones that she can like tangibly carry. She's just gonna want to take like two. Like she doesn't want to take. I think that she finds this place to be understanding like what this is. Like it was already kind of beautiful and magical anyways, but now she has a reverence about it, and she's a little bit afraid of bad omens. So she'll want to take a couple, but not very many. So just two.
Okay. And how many would Chinook want?
I'm gonna take one to begin with, and I want to put it in my bag. Does it make my bag lighter?
It kind of pulls it up a little bit, just slightly. It's a small rock in a big bag, so like it's not holding up the weight of a lot of it, but you notice like one small little part of the bag, you can kind of notice the outline of the rock in it.
All right, I'm gonna grab 6.
6? Okay. Your bag is now floating about 1.5 inches higher. Kelby, the stones here were at about like eye height for you. So, putting them in your bag, they start to kind of float your bag just slightly. So now it's maybe like just under shoulder height where your bag is, where normally it would kind of be at your hip.
Like that's gonna happen. It's gonna kind of like pull up on her bag a little bit, and she'll get kind of annoyed. And what she's gonna go ahead and do is find like a handkerchief from her pocket, and she's gonna like put them in and kind of wrap just some, like she's got probably like maybe a small mending kit. Let me check my inventory and see what I've got that I can make this work.
Were all of the stones collected, by the way? Or
Not
there any
all of
left?
them.
There's 4.
There should
Alright,
be
I'll
4
take-
left.
I'm gonna take one as well.
Yeah, she's gonna take something out of her disguise kit to kind of like tie this thing off, and she's actually gonna have it just kind of tied to the outside of her pack, so it's like a little pouch, so it's not like in, and that way it's not like
Disrupting
pulling it.
everything else.
Yeah, it's kind of out to the side.
Okay. Cute. I love it. How
Very
is
well tied off. She's not losing it, dang it.
how is Andrew storing his 4 rocks?
Oh no,
You're
I'm
just
just gonna take one.
you're
Taking one.
just gonna take one. Okay, I thought you said.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna grab all 4.
No, just take one.
Okay. Still, the question remains: where are you gonna put it?
I'll just a little side pocket on my backpack, or my pack.
Okay.
Little side pocket, just
Okay.
by itself.
I feel
see
like
it.
being an air genasi, I'd be used to things kind of floating around a little bit.
That's adorable.
So it's not gonna bother me as much.
That's very good. I was so hoping that someone was gonna like tie it off with like a little string and just like
Yeah.
walk with it like a
Yeah.
little balloon or
Oh,
something.
Trust me,
No, oh, no.
I so thought about it.
Here's the thing, I have minor illusion. I was 100% gonna make it look like a balloon, but like not now.
So cute. I'm just gonna write that down. Balloon in the future. Future balloon.
Just get a little chunk of it and tie it into my beard so it floats up.
Yo, that's really cool.
Distorts your vision.
What if that's like how you like train your mustache to do the cool, like, what is it, like a handlebar mustache? You're like, they're just, they don't want to go up, so you just tie little tiny pieces of rock and it trains it. Oh, that's funny. That's great.
Very
Okay,
good.
sorry.
Perfect. So good.
Well, we could play with cool floaty rocks all day. But yeah, so you guys grab some of these guys. Now you're just standing in front of a very large brimstone.
Kelby I would like to go over to the large stone. You said that it still was kind of glowing, but has like obvious cracks in it.
Mhm.
Kelby's gonna walk up to it, just her surprisingly demure and reverent. And she's gonna lay a hand like on like one of the cracks, just running her fingers along it, and turn back and look at Mistwin and say, "What happened to it?"
One of the dragons.
Why?
Because it existed. When? Actually, I'm not entirely sure. I just know that during the rise of the Chroma Conclave, this civilization fell.
Oh. That's really sad.
It in a general sense, specifically this place, I would not shed too many tears.
something beautiful left the world.
Just on the surface.
I don't think magic's just beautiful on the surface. And she'll kind of tuck her hand into like her coat, and she'll like appear to be like clutching something, but it's gonna turn around and look at everybody. Can we fix it?
Fix the broomstone.
Yeah.
DM, I'm sure this would take an insane amount of arcane knowledge
Mm-hmm.
to fix something like this. Yeah. To be completely honest, Kilby, I don't know. If it is possible, it is not within my bounds.
Kelby, if we could turn back time, we might be able to find a way.
Oh god.
Okay.
So you guys are standing in front of a giant inert broomstone, which is connected to a large chunk of this fallen nation that is like jutting outside of the side of the ravine.
Hey,
Any-
oh, go ahead. It's fine.
I was just going to say, is anyone else wondering why we were brought here? I don't believe anything happens by chance, but I can't figure out why this place.
There has to be a reason.
Well,
There was a reason for me coming back so that I could be with you. There was a reason for us going to the first place we went, right? There's a reason
Yeah.
that we went to the city afterwards.
What was the reason we went to the city? That
Uh,
is what I'm trying to grasp. Or
oh,
maybe my activation of the device cut our trip there short.
I'm real sorry. I actually I was actually confusing things. I was thinking about us going there because of a little tabaxi girl. But that was a different time.
I mean, we meant to set out on an adventure, and here we are, but we must figure out the purpose.
Kelby's gonna try and climb this stone. She
Okay.
wants to like get up on top of it and use it as a vantage point.
Sure. Roll a athletics or acrobatics. Acrobatics makes more
Thank
sense.
you.
I
appreciate
gotcha.
that.
Oh shit.
The 23.
Hell yeah. With a 23, even with it still in a constant downpour out here, you're able to find, small parts of the rock that are easy to grab hold of and kind of swing yourself up on. You get about, I'd say maybe about 100 feet up in the air if you really want to get up to the very tippy top of it. It's still very difficult to see because storm. So if you would now like to roll a perception check to find out what you see, give it
Yeah.
a shot.
Awesome. Oh, it was teetering on the 17. That's an 11.
I saw the 17 as well, and I was rooting for it. Yeah, it's still storming out, so it's still really hard to see. You are really high up here, though. So it may be the height of where you're at and the kind of blanket of this sheet of rain that's causing it to blur so much that really any detail out there is really hard to see and perceive.
Okay. I think she's gonna call down, like, as she's scaling this rock and is stopped at this point where she can look out. She's just gonna call down through the rain. I can't see shit up here.
Perhaps we should rest the night, and maybe the weather will be better in the morning.
I agree. Let's just find the closest roof. You said there was a large portion of the city nearby, Ash.
Mm-hmm.
Would there be a discernible building that we could see?
So the location where you're at, you're still kind of at the bottom of this ravine. You may have like gone up just slightly on one side of it, maybe towards like the eastern side, where this large chunk of the city is stuck into the ravine. You would kind of have to scale a bit of it to actually get up to where the city actually is. It's about, even at like the angle that it's at, where Kelby is on top of this broomstone, is about where like the ground of the city kind of meets the side of the ravine. So it's about 100-foot trek up a bunch of rubble towards the side of the ravine if you wanted to do that. You're welcome to look around and see if there's anything else.
Well, just in general, the safest place for us to camp would probably be in the city up above, but in doing that, we would risk falling and hurting ourselves on the climb. If we stay down here, anything that's prowling along the floor of the ravine could get at us. So it's well, it's up to us. Do we want to take the chance now or take the chance later?
Well, if we stand watches, we should be all right.
All right. Suppose that's one vote for floor.
I mean, I
Canopy?
can climb. I'm very nimble, but not everybody is.
Curly.
Yeah, that seems like a pointed comment, but we're gonna let it slide.
Canopy, would you rather sleep on the floor of the ravine or up in the city above?
What? I'll just come down. And Kelby's gonna kind of finagle her way down this and go over to Mistwin. Sorry, it was just really loud and wet up there. What were you saying?
Would you rather sleep down here on the floor of the ravine or up in the city above?
Is the city still above?
It's like suspended above us.
I think I'd rather sleep in the Magic City.
So that's 1 and 1. Jeremy?
How much climbing's involved?
100 feet.
I don't care.
One abstain?
Let's go to the city.
I think the city has it.
Very well.
Charlie, I'll help you climb. Let's go.
Hey, Charlie, do you remember that thing I did with you in the bar?
What if I say no?
What if I told you you didn't have to climb?
I'll allow it. I swear to God, if I get struck by lightning, though, I'm coming back to haunt your ass.
Oh, no, I'm not going to take you that far. You're just going to be just right next to us, just off the ground.
All right, up we go.
I'm going to cast Levitate on Turley and carry him, or I guess, yeah, carry him up.
I like this a whole bunch. So it is kind of like rocky terrain here. You're not like, it's not like rock climbing or anything, but there is a fair amount of rubble that has been expelled from the side of the ravine as a result of the crash of this city. That kind of creates a bit of kind of a ramp. It's a bit rocky, and it's not exactly smooth, but it's fairly easy to ascend. It takes you guys maybe about 20 minutes to get up there, and the deepest part of night still seems to persist as you guys make your way towards the first buildings that you see in this slanted, deserted city. There's, let's see, a couple fairly intact structures. So you have kind of your choice. Some of the missing windows or walls that have crumbled a bit, but these couple that you see have several fairly well patched parts of the roof still there.
Intentionally, I'm not going to put Turley down. But I'm going to pretend like I just forgot.
I will remember this transgression.
What do you mean, Turley?
Will you put me down, please?
Where?
At this point, on your tiny little body, so I can crush you.
Are there any benches around?
It doesn't appear that there is much, if any, furniture in any of these places. It's fairly well destroyed. It's kind of surprising that the structures themselves have remained fairly intact, but most of the stuff in here, you can't tell what's part of the wall and what may have been furniture.
All right, I'm just gonna put Turley down then.
Thank you, little one.
I'm going to kind of scout the buildings out a little bit and try to find which one would probably be the best for like a defensive position. Like if we needed to fight and hold ground, single entry exit kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah, perception roll is probably good for this, right?
I will
Maybe.
assist him with this.
Oh.
Dope.
17.
Okay. Yeah, of the few structures that you see that still roughly have most of their walls, the one furthest south seems to have no real wall towards the side of the ravine, but the side of the ravine there is kind of there as its own set of defense. The middle one seems to have most of its walls intact, but the roof isn't really there. And then the one closest to you when you guys head up towards this fallen city seems to be the best option, though it is the closest towards the ramp up here.
Yeah, probably the last one, the one that's close to the ramp.
Okay. Cool. So you guys set up camp there. It is still storming out here, and you guys being on this slant, the water is coming in through where windows and just random holes in the wall, just pouring all over the place. Though you're able to find several spaces within these ruins where there isn't as much water, and can even light a fire there if you'd like.
Absolutely. And immediately we'll do so. Start heating up a pot of tea and getting like a dinner going for everybody too.
Okay. So it's probably safe to say that you guys are heading into a long rest with establishing watches. If there's any sort of conversations that you guys want to have, feel free to go for that. But I would also like to know what order any watches might be in.
I'll take the first watch.
I'll take
Okay.
the last watch.
Second.
I'm muted. Kelby would line up with Turley. So she
Okay.
would want to take the last watch as well.
Okay.
And I will sleep.
So are we?
Wait.
Yeah.
Do we have elves?
Don't
Like meta out of character,
so.
do we have elves? So
No.
we need one more.
No.
We need a fourth watch.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'll take the very last. Or
I
the
took
third.
third, yeah.
Tight. All right. Anders, Chinook, missed one. Turley and Kelby. Okay. Great. The evening is yours. Whatever you'd like to do. If you have anything that you'd like to talk about, otherwise we can just get into the watches.
I'm gonna get my sleep.
Go for it. Kelby's gonna be again get very quiet, looking around this place, and she's not like grumpy or sad or anything. It just seems like she's taking additional time to just be. But she does seem a little lost in thought as she moves around helping set up camp and everything. She would kind of check in multiple times to see if there's anything in particular she could help with as everybody kind of gets settled. She would notice that Turley's mood is a little bit sour, and she might pull some faces at him over, the campfire or something, but she's not going to really push it at this point.
Yep.
Really seems lost in thought. He notices the faces you're pulling and trying to cheer him up, but he's kind of just he's in the grump zone. Like he's firmly just in that negative headspace, and he's trying to be as quiet and self-aware as possible as to manage his outward expressions. And he would go to sleep. And if nobody like actively engages him, he would just go to sleep.
Okay. So we're gonna get into the watches really quick. Anders, you're up first. Can you please roll me a perception check and tell me what you're doing on your watch?
I shall do so. 24. And yeah, mainly just staying alert. Not much. I may take the broomstone out and just kind of look at it a little bit, study it, make some notes in a notebook I have, and yeah, just keep a watch on alert.
Okay. Sure. So the storm continues to rage on. It doesn't seem to be lessening up. You do notice a couple of floating broomstones kind of passing by in your view out back towards the way that you guys came up here, just kind of floating their way back up. Some even kind of falling down a little bit. But that's the most that you see on your watch.
All right.
Tight. Chinook,
I'll
you're up
wake up
next.
Chinook.
Perception, yeah.
Yes, please.
Yep. And I would just be like walking the perimeter of the building on the
Okay.
inside, just kind of looking to see if I notice anything on the walls or really just anything that would kind of strike my eye and maybe help me stay awake.
Okay. So staying within the perimeter of the building might be kind of hard to do with like trying to move around because it is kind of at a slant. You might have to like crawl over some rubble a little bit and might accidentally kick a couple rocks over towards your sleeping friends here. But you notice that it starts to lighten up outside, both in the rain and in the actual light itself. So you start to see dawn approaching, which is kind of hard to do because you're right on the side of the eastern part of this ravine, but you can kind of see the light cascading out a bit towards the south where you guys came. But the rain seems to be going away just a little bit.
And waking up Mistwind then.
All right, Mistwind, perception check, my dude.
And
Hell yeah.
yeah, I'm just gonna keep an eye out. Will grumpily get up out of my sleep and kind of put my back on the wall, facing the door, and set out the urn that carries my brother's ashes next to me, and just kind of sit there in silence. I'll pull out a whetstone and sharpen my sword and hand axes. But unless anything else happens, I just kind of sit there in relative silence. It's not still raining at this point?
It's mostly like drizzling at this point. There's still a bit of rain. And the most that you see during your watch is the continued sunrise, and then maybe a bit of like a few rocks tumble off the side of the ravine. And that's about it.
Okay. The rocks that tumble off the side of the ravine, I don't see anything that caused that.
Nope.
Then yeah, after being spooked by that for a second and calming down, I'll just sit back and enjoy the time, the nice drizzle and smell of the rain before waking up Turley and Kelby.
Very good. All right. Turley and Kelby, it is now your turn for watch. You guys can do whatever you want during your watch. All I ask is a perception roll. You're muted there, Turley friend.
It's a 7.
7.
It's a 23.
Hot diggity dang. So it's been several hours since you two both fell asleep. The sun is nearly up at this point. If anything, it's kind of early morning. The rain is nearly dissipated, and you kind of have the morning to yourselves as you both wake up for the day. What are you guys doing?
Kelby, I wasn't really gonna go through your stuff.
Oh, no, it's fine. I just figured I would get up early, and I've had some ideas. Just some ideas kicking around in my head. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss out on them. Are you feeling better?
Is the rain done?
Is the rain done?
The rain is done.
I think so. Kelby's actually going to cast Druid Craft in her hand again to see the weather for the next 24 hours.
Okay.
And just, check in and give Turley a weather report of sorts. And then she's going to kind of drift off, making sure Turley's okay. She's going to go over and settle herself on the ground with her little lute in her lap. And you'll just hear it's not like she's even playing the chords. It's like she's running her fingers on the strings. So it's like a light little hum as she sits and hums to herself. Occasionally a couple of the words like rising up, but it's almost like she's over writing to herself.
That's very cute. Shoot, it just escaped me. What were you attempting to do that might require some input from me? Shoot. Heck,
Just the Druid Craft, what
Yes.
the weather's going to be like the next 24 hours.
Perfect. Thank you. It's been a long day. So you perform your druid craft and you see cloudy skies, bit of rain, cloudy skies, bit of sun, cloudy skies, bit of snow.
Yeah, she would relay that to Turley before going off by herself.
I swear to fucking God, did you just say snow?
I mean, we are kind of in the mountains, right? And hopefully we're not here that long.
I will never forget this betrayal, Kelby.
Excuse me?
Sorry, it was a joke. It was an ill-placed, ill-timed, ill-conceived, and ill-spoken joke. I apologize.
Oh. Well, maybe we can find some medicine for your joke. Make them better.
That's funny.
Yeah, I know.
That's good. That's a good one. All right. Excuse me. Yep. I have nothing else I'd like to do for the morning.
Okay.
Turley was grumpy from the previous day, and with my 7 perception, I'm clearly focused on trying to dry my folds.
All right. Yeah, cool. The watch passes and the rest of you all wake up. The sun is just barely peeking through some clouds at this point. The rain has stopped. There is still a bit of excess water coming down from the very tip of this slanted landmass. But it's starting to dry a little bit as the wind kind of picks up within this ravine. You guys can kind of see your surroundings a little bit easier now. Anyone that might be looking out the door or any of the windows. There are a surprising amount of structures still remaining intact here. Most of them fallen and crumbled to ruin. But some still fairly intact. Some even still have their doors on their hinges or glass in the windows. Some old trees still kind of stuck where they may have been planted, but disrupted in the fall. Marble statues throughout the area as well. Cracked and mostly broken, though some still show what they may have been previously. But that's where you're at this morning. What would you guys like to do?
Question.
Yes.
During my watch, I forgot about this, but how far away the boulders or the rocks that fell from the cliff, how far away was that?
It was fairly close towards the the slanted steep rocky terrain to get up to where you guys are. It's fairly close to that, and where you guys are at in comparison to that, it's maybe about like 20 yards.
20 yards.
Mm-hmm.
So about 60 feet.
Yeah.
So it won't change anything that I'm doing. It wouldn't change anything about, like my actions during my watch, but just for knowledge's sake, can I expend a divine sense for that?
Yeah, if you'd
and
like.
see if there are any celestial fiends or undead that may have caused that disruption.
Sure. So you expend this charge and put forth the energy into the surrounding area to see if you can detect anything. Nothing of what you're attempting to look for is picked up.
Okay. Just good to know.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anybody got breakfast?
Just
but-
basic rations, yes.
Yeah. I mean, did you bring pots and pans and bacon and sausage and oh my god.
I
I'm
brought
hungry.
whiskey.
I mean, I could do whiskey. Hey, Anders, while Chinook is gone,
Anders.
Yes.
while Chinook is gone. All right, so Chinook is preparing breakfast for us.
There we go.
Oh,
That's good.
Well, it makes sense. He probably does have all of the food.
Let's wait for Chinook to fully wake up from the slumber. There it is. Hey, you're on breakfast duty.
I'm on breakfast duty.
Yeah, we all decided.
It's a rotation system.
All right, cool. Give me 1 second.
Yep.
I'm gonna take my 1-day ration. That's obviously for myself, and break it up between everybody.
Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, so everyone has like a fifth of a ration.
Oh, and my bird gets one.
So you have like a sixth of a ration. Sick.
I feel like
Small
we
bit
didn't
of
think
stale
this.
bread.
I feel like we didn't think this plan through.
Or Chinook didn't take his breakfast responsibilities very seriously.
I'm gonna go with that one.
I think it may have been the latter, though.
All right, I'll see what you guys come up with tomorrow.
Challenge
Oh, no,
accepted.
it'll rotate again.
Are you saying I might have breakfast duty again tomorrow?
It's possible.
Oh, okay.
It's a
I'm not a
lottery
prophet,
system.
Chinook.
You said rotation. Now it's a lottery system. What are we doing
Yeah.
here?
Well,
It's a
no,
lottery rotation.
there's definitely rotations involved.
Is there a reverse Uno card I'm unaware of, or?
What's Uno?
Well, I'll teach you eventually.
I play dragon chess. I don't play cards.
It's a game.
Yep, it's definitely a game.
I love games.
You know what? When you make breakfast, I'll tell you a little bit about Uno.
I have a feeling that's gonna be a while.
But it's got to be enough. Like I just made breakfast, but like when you make a breakfast, I'll teach you how to play Uno.
Do I look like some kind of sucker?
Go ahead, Chinook. Answer the question.
No.
Whatever. I'm gonna go see if I can find some help. And Kelby's gonna just take her little portion of her ration and just hand, mouth, just munching as she walks over to the trees.
I'm pretty sure you only have to do it one time to eat.
Yeah,
the
that's
sixth.
just the one. And then she is gonna like pull out from her pack a full ration for herself as she goes and looks for some forest creatures.
Oh wait. Let me switch that up. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I had 10 of those. Everyone gets one.
No, I love this though.
So-
I actually think it is better with just the ones, but I'm just
All right, fine.
Yeah, it's very
Everyone
good.
gets a sixth of a ration. All right, whatever.
So question, is it 1 day's worth of ration or is it 1 meal's worth of ration?
It is
'Cause
1 day.
I imagined 1 meal's worth, and I think that's better than 1 day's worth.
Yeah, because that's like 1/3 of 1/6.
Yeah.
It's like take an MRE and give someone the saltine crackers and someone else just like a spoon of the jambalaya. Maybe someone gets the tiny Tabasco, you know.
Look, I took 1 day's worth of rations out. Okay, I'm not
He did say
making.
that.
I'm not making a custom 1 ration that's 2/3.
Hey, Chinook, do you know how to make souffle for next time?
Oh yeah, I'm great at it.
DM, do I believe you?
I don't know, roll an insight roll. And then you roll either persuasion or deception, depending on what you deem to be true.
10.
Three.
Amazing.
Yeah, believe him.
Hey, do you make good souffle?
Yep, absolutely.
All right.
You would think that him as you're an air genasi, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would think that him as an air
Yeah,
genasi,
that
he'd be
makes-
able to
Yeah. Makes sense.
rise whatever the souffle is created out of, but nay. That was not something he was taught. Okay, so y'all are just a bite's worth into breakfast here. And you have the day ahead of you. You have this slanted city, or at least a fair portion of it, that you're kind of on top of. What you guys want to do?
Kelby has determinedly stepped away from camp. She's got her loot pulled out, and she's gonna cast or start to walk about and ritual cast Speak with Animals on herself. And Kelby's gonna start to not overly loud, but she's making noise. Is gonna start kind of walking around these ruins, singing a song about how once there was a little gnome lost in the ruins. And it's basically, I think there was an old lady who swallowed a fly, but Kelby is going to be, she followed the rat to find a bat, like trying to like go down as she's like listing off forest creatures that she could maybe talk to, trying to draw them out to like have a question for them.
You raise your hand? Did you
Yeah,
do
did
that?
that mess up?
It did. Can you
Ow!
lower your hand? Because I can't move cameras now.
Yes. There.
Cool. Tight.
Wait, what just happened?
I
He
didn't
did
think
I'm
you
the
would do
DM
that.
now.
The Zoom thing of raising your hand so you don't disrupt things, but it puts you as the first person in the...
I did not know that
thing?
was a thing.
Yeah,
and then I
thought it
tried to
would be-
move, and it said you can't
Listen.
move if someone has your hand raised.
I thought it would be a cool thing to be like, oh, I want to go next, but I don't want to say anything. No, instead it picked everything up.
Well, here we are.
Well, I gotta take note of that. Shit. Okay.
Zoom's cool.
Zoom is very cool. I'm gonna adjust this real quick. Boop. Tight. Very neat. Yeah, so you've ritual cast Speak with Animals. You're searching around for any sort of wildlife in the area, and you see a couple birds flying high overhead that are kind of outside of your reach. You can even try screaming at them, and they might not even be able to hear you. With how vast this ravine is, it kind of just carries sound. Kind of dulls it a little bit. But you do come across what seems to be like an old apple tree that is just barely tilted out of the soil where it was originally planted, and yet it's still surviving. There are apples on it. Most of them have fallen and have collected at like a bench that's kind of toppled over. And you see a squirrel that is foraging for fallen apples.
She's going to kind of like be walking and catch that out of the corner of her eye and do that like back step, like to, and call out to him. Well, hey, little friend. Hi. You're looking for what? You look kind of busy. Do you need some help?
I'm getting food.
Oh, well, that's really smart. Do you want some help getting some food?
Help. I gather food. You gather food?
Yeah, I'll gather food and give it to you. But I have some questions. Can you help me?
Okay.
I help you, you help me?
Okay.
Kelby will carefully lay her loot down and kind of like make a little makeshift basket with her cloak and start gathering apples as she's talking to the squirrel.
It's kind of following your hand as you're gathering the apples.
Mm-hmm. Are there any other people around that you've seen?
People. People like you?
Yeah. Or maybe people that aren't around normally.
People on Slant. No. No people. He'll kind of just turn around, just checking out his surroundings as the squirrel is wont to do. And he'll kind of point towards like the eastern side, or rather, what am I saying? The western side of the ravine, which is like the slanted tip of this chunk of land. He'll kind of just sniff in the air towards that direction. Family that way.
Oh. And do you have to carry these all the way there?
Mm-hmm. It's hard.
Interesting.
They're heavy.
Yeah, I mean, this is an awful lot. Is there... Here, one second. And Kelby's gonna pull out one of the little broomstorms that she, gathered out of her little pocket and kind of hold it out for the squirrel to, watch it float.
Mm-hmm.
And say,
Oh.
is there more stuff like this around?
Floaty
Magic?
things?
Yeah, kind of. Shiny things, important things. Not as important as apples.
Maybe over there. And he'll kind of point his little nose towards the opposite end of this ruin area. And you see kind of off in the distance, kind of like a domed observatory area. That's probably one of the largest buildings that you've seen in your walkabout here.
Okay. Oh, okay. You haven't happened to see any big scary monsters or bad things around, have you?
No, just big tree.
Big tree? This tree?
This tree.
It's a pretty good tree that you found.
Good tree.
Yeah. Here. And Kelby's gonna get down with some of the little apples that she's gathered. She'll take her little thing that she made for her stones and just try to tuck the stones in a pocket, in her cloak or something for now. But make a weird little knapsack for the squirrel, very princess style, where she's gonna tie it off and give it back to him with maybe some of her unfinished ration, her remaining portion of her unfinished ration, since she had some of Chinook's in there, and handle it to the squirrel and say, Well, thank you very much. I'm new here, so I'm trying to figure out how to get home.
He'll just point his nose back towards the original direction he indicated family. Home.
Hmm. Is it just squirrels there?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for apples.
Hmm. And Kelby will get back up and pick up her loot and turn around and walk back to camp to kind of share what she has learned.
Okie dokie. Easy enough to do.
As she walks back into camp, she'll go, "Wow, that breakfast really was filling." Listen, I went out, was trying to figure out maybe what's going on here or what might be a point of interest, and I had some squirrel talk, and it sounds like there's a building up the street with it's like a big domed building. It's that really big one. And the squirrel said that maybe there might be something there. I mean, he is a squirrel, and the concept of things is a little different. He said that his family lives up the west way, and so that might be a place. If we're going to be here much longer, that might be a safe place for us to stay.
Are you, hang on. Excuse me. Are you suggesting the squirrels will protect us?
Well, I mean, I did help them collect a lot of apples.
My question stands.
I don't know. It didn't really seem like that kind of squirrel, but maybe he has a really tough older brother or something. There also didn't seem to be any, like, other people or strange creatures that the squirrel was aware of.
Wasn't Miss Wynn, was my history mistaken? Wasn't there a civilization that survived this crash?
I believe so. The survivors of the crash split into two factions, and to be completely honest, I'm not entirely sure what happened to them.
They were probably eaten by that dragon you talked about before.
Possibly. I do think they were not enslaved, but made workers. Well, I suppose enslaved by the dragon for a short period of time.
Well,
Places get better and better.
We have to decide where we are going, because if my geography serves, there's no easy way back to the Empire from here. So we must find some sort of civilization if we are to survive. So, if that city does not exist anymore, or civilization rather, our only other option is Jorhas.
Well,
Like,
go ahead, Kilby.
I think we should find what we were brought here for.
I agree on that.
What is that?
But I don't know. I'm hoping that there's something in that big fancy building. I've never seen anything that looks like that before.
Well, we don't have any other leads. I suppose if something was trying to point us in the right direction, why not a squirrel?
He was a very friendly squirrel. Very appreciative.
Yes, squirrels can be very helpful, can't they?
Yeah, but they can also
And-
eat holes in your socks.
I mean, they're not as helpful as mice in some cases, but you know.
I think you're a little biased.
going on right now?
What's that, Turley?
I'm just admiring the view.
You're just looking
Right,
at the
well-
ground.
Shall we get moving?
Yeah, I'm worried about Turley. And Kelby's gonna get up close to Anders as we start like walking towards the observatory. She's just gonna kind of tug on his jacket. He said he was enjoying the view, but he was just looking at the ground.
Different strokes, right?
Well, no, and his jokes are really bad, Anders, like really.
Kelby, are we forgetting? Does Turley have a birthday coming up? Or
I don't know. I
did
just
it
met
pass-
him.
What? Why is he so grumpy?
I don't know. You could ask. He didn't really seem like talking.
Why do I need to ask?
Turley,
Oh God.
Yeah, Anders.
these two want to know why you're so grumpy.
Because I spent an entire day wet and moist, and I feel responsible for the fact that we're in this situation, since I'm the one that grabbed the orb, I'm the one that brought it back to your time, I'm the one that got involved with you, I'm the one that had the orb.
Did you look into the orb and activate it?
No, but it's pretty clear the orb is what brought me back to y'all. And
Did
the
you
orb
make the orb?
Yes, I did.
You made it.
Yeah.
Well,
I
then
don't
tell us
believe you.
what it is then.
It's a ball that hangs from the ceiling.
Oh,
And
then you're right.
it's-
It is completely your fault if you made it.
It shines light around, like when there's a party.
Oh, like a. I think they're called chandeliers, disco
Uh,
balls.
What's a disco? But yeah, that. Mhm.
I think you are jesting with me, but
Well, listen, you can't.
this
tell
is not your
because-
fault.
Listen, my jokes are so bad that you can't tell when I'm joking or not. So
Well, that is Kelby's opinion, but
I was
What
just
I would
feeling
say
a little
is-
sensitive.
what I would say is life is not your fault, Turley. Life has brought us here. Now we must go. We must forge our path forward.
listen,
We cannot dwell in the past. What's happened has
listen.
happened.
I agree, 100%. That's why I'm keeping my goddamn mouth shut and just trudging on.
Well, if you have useful information, please don't keep your mouth shut.
I would like to take this opportunity, DM,
Mm-hmm.
to ask you a blanket question. Does Turley have any useful information as a traveler that could help us at this particular moment?
Is there anything in particular that you would be hoping for?
Well, I mean, Turley is a known traveler / tourist
Mm-hmm.
/ idiot. So, I mean, he would be aware of like destination locations pretty much
Okay.
across everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess anything that would help us orient ourselves or find a direction, or is there like a tourist guide to the ruins of Draconia? Like, is this a Grand Canyon situation? Like anything like that is basically what I'm thinking of for Turley.
Okay.
I'm assuming the answer is no, and you're going with this, so I'm spitballing.
No, this is great. I love it.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Is Turley asking if there's an explorer's guide to Wildmount?
Yes, basically.
I mean, there's a Volo's Guide to Monsters. Why couldn't there be?
Yeah.
There's a
You
Van
might wanna
Richten's
go.
Guide to Werewolves, so you know.
I need
Wow.
to get that book.
While the DM while the DM does
Real
that,
quick.
I would pull Turley to the side, pick up 3 rocks from the ground, and cast the cantrip Magic Stone on those 3 rocks and hand them to Turley and say, real quiet, if it'll help, if you'd like want to throw these at the squirrels or something, I won't tell.
I knew I liked you a little bit.
I won't tell. It just watch out for Kelby, okay?
I will use these wisely. Thank you.
Well, this giant map that's in this book is of no help. Thanks, giant map. Way to be. Way to be. You would know the location in which Draconia was. You might not know much about like the surrounding area, like in the immediate area, but you would know that it's kind of like right in the middle of the Empire and Jorhas.
Gotcha. I do have some useful information, as it were. You said you wanted me to share it if I had it, so I do have some.
Yes, please.
We're in the center of everything and close to nothing, so basically we're fucked.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, listen, I'm just confirming, Another reason I'm grumpy. There's a lot of walking between me and a tavern and bacon, okay? That's it.
One does not simply walk to bacon, Turley.
Oh my God.
One has to believe in themselves and try real hard. But first we're gonna walk to this weird building where a squirrel told me there might be something interesting inside. Because that's how adventuring
The
works.
fires of the kitchen are calling for bacon.
When Kelby mentions the squirrels, I'm just gonna nudge Turley.
Well, if you guys want to sit here and mope, that's fine. But I am gonna go look at this thing. I hope I
No.
don't get eaten by anything big and scary, and that you all live with the perpetual fear of not have done enough to protect that sweet, beautiful artist. And Kelby is gonna walk away, headed to that building.
By all means, gentlemen, the more steps we take forward, the closer we are to bacon, in theory. And Mistwin will join Kelby.
Yes, I'm going to.
Yes, I'm very excited to go see the squirrels.
Okay, cool. So Kelby is going to guide you guys towards this large observatory off in the distance, which is fairly easy to spot from where you're at. Even just, you being at the bottom of this slant looking up at everything, you kind of have a reverse bird's eye view of everything. So it's easy to point out and make some sort of a plan on how to get there. These are still some pretty hefty ruins, so if I could get everyone to roll a survival check on your way there to make sure you get there safely, that would be cool. Damn,
22.
Kelby's just rolling like crazy tonight.
Yeah, she's making me feel like something's off on my character sheet at this point.
Just
Kelby's
gotta,
11.
really good at getting through the woods, man.
yeah, dude.
15.
7.
Happen.
I don't think I've rolled higher than a 10. No,
I'm
that's-
very
that's-
sorry.
That's fine.
So most of you are having a hard time getting through this. Well, some of you are. What did Andrews get?
11.
11. Very good, very good. So it's really Kelby that's guiding you guys through this city of ruin. Pointing out that's a bad place to walk, and hey, that's go for it.
So it would over the rubble and through the ruins to that big building we go. Don't step on that, please. You'll fall on your knees. You guys are moving really slow. Is there any way you could, I don't know, pick up the pace?
This is very good.
Turley
I'm
looks
never
pointedly
describing
at-
anything ever again. You just
Turley looks
that's your job.
pointedly at his knee.
Oh.
Kelby will just like look at him with like her hands on her hips.
I'm right on top of that.
Mm. You know, it's very nice to ask for help.
Kelby,
Yeah,
will you carry me?
I would love to. And Kelby will actually go back and hold Turley's hand and preemptively point out, like, hey, no, don't step there. That's loose gravel. Okay, got it. Yep. And she's going to very carefully help guide Turley.
Over time, like maybe 2 minutes into this, Turley will just, with a smile on his face, turn to Kelby and go, "Hey, Kelby,
Yes, Turley.
please, for the love of God, don't ever change."
Well, I'll do my best. Or at least change in a magical way. But I will expect you to carry me later there, big guy. And she's gonna tap his hand as she continues to guide him.
Okay.
Awesome. And you successfully guide everyone, albeit the slow pokes in the back, all the way towards this observatory. It is massive. It's even at the slant that it is, and you being able to see the majority of the roof here, you can tell that this was once a great place of gathering for whatever reason it may have held such a purpose. It's a fine dome at the top, and surprisingly most of it is still intact. And even the front door just kind of hangs open as it falls towards the bottom of the slant of this fallen island. The door is open. There are some windows that are kind of cracked and broken. Some don't exist anymore, so you can kind of see inside. What do you guys want to do?
Yeah, take a look inside.
Are you looking through the door? Are you looking through what may have been a window?
Yeah, I'll look through the main opening.
Okay. I feel like I almost always just say, hey, roll a perception check, but that's kind of what you guys are always doing, so feel free to do
Alright.
that if you'd like.
20.
I feel
Dirty
this pain.
20.
Oh,
Dirty 20. Okay. It's kind of dark in there, so it's still a bit difficult to see. But the cracks on the far side of the observatory, with the sun kind of blaring into it, allow you to see what may have been in here. And it seems to be, just based on the rough structure of what you see in here, may have been like a science center. There are signs in certain directions pointing towards different halls. One might be like a gathering hall. One might be towards the center of the observatory, pointing towards where something should have been to observe out. Some great portraiture is along the walls. Seating that has kind of skid towards the wall that you were closest to. Most of the furniture that may have been in here is either completely destroyed or is laying kind of in a pile, kind of close towards the doors, as everything would have slanted towards the slant that everything is on.
I'll move inside.
Okay. What's everyone else doing?
following.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye out as we're entering this seemingly more intact place. I want to make sure that nothing is watching us.
Okay, so you're keeping an eye out on stuff?
Yeah.
Can you roll a perception check to get a good look around? once again, another perception check.
What I can certainly try.
Sick.
No, I cannot.
Well, you're a bit distracted by this giant building that's in front of you, and kind of the... You're like from the mountains, so you understand needing to get up kind of a steep slant. But just the way that this is, it's kind of like the mystery spot in Santa Cruz, if anyone's ever heard of that, or similar roadside attractions where it's like weird tilty buildings that kind of defy gravity and stuff. It's kind of the similar feel that you're getting here. So while you are looking for stuff, you're more concentrating on remaining balanced. Tight.
So we're going in, right?
Yes. Let's go inside. Let's go check out the squirrels.
It's all right, Turley. If you get afraid, you can still hold my hand. Do you want me to cast you a nightlight?
The correct answer to that question is yes.
Yes. Well, too bad. I don't know how.
Yep, that's what I thought.
Just
I'll
remember,
work on it, though.
I gave you those special rocks, okay?
Oh yeah, I have a plan for him. Don't worry.
Kelby, don't worry. They're just lucky rocks I gave him, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Very lucky.
All right.
Kelby, can you guide me inside, please?
Yeah. But since when does Chinook care about lucky rocks?
I don't
She guides Turley in.
Okay. So everyone's heading inside?
Yes.
Cool. It's much the same as what was described to Anders and what he may have relayed to you. This looked to be some sort of a scientific-based observatory. Anyone looking towards like the center where the dome is might see that the dome itself looks like it may have been retractable, and something would have hung just below it, but whatever was there doesn't remain. There's a bit of metallic armature that's just kind of hanging there, but it's mangled and difficult to tell what it may have been. But you might surmise that there might have been like a telescope or something there. There are some signs pointing towards different portions of the observatory, some even pointing towards stairs. Most of the doorways out that looked like they belong to a staircase seem to be kind of caved in, but there seems to be one a bit further towards the back that still remains slightly intact.
What the heck was this place?
Oh, it was it looks like from my perception a kitchen.
A kitchen?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of food did they make here?
Souffle. Chinook knows all about souffles. You can ask him.
What?
Yep.
We're gonna get you one day, Kelby. They're delicious.
So this area is just like a lobby type.
Yeah.
With doors or passages going off to different areas. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And-
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. There's like signage for each place, or some of it's up, some of it's fallen down, or I'm
Yeah.
sorry if you already said that.
No, that's okay. The closest room to your right seems to be some sort of like an old like auditorium.
Okay.
Looking in, you might see a bunch of seats that were kind of built into this place, but much of it crumbled and destroyed. But walking in here, you would have seen a kind of like a guide pointing towards, like a directory pointing towards where everything is. And it seems as if there are several different stories of this place, which is strange because the majority of the height of this building seems to be in this main room. Maybe there's like one above you, but it seems most of them are underground.
Oh, okay. What are the different labels? Can we read them?
Do any of them say cafe or tavern or cafeteria?
Or magic orb production?
Chinook, you would see one that says basically like a kitchen. That's several stories down. Everything else is it's kind of cracked, a bit dusty and kind of hard to read, but trying to like wipe it off, you can read most of the words there. Most of the outward facing rooms on this floor and the second story above you are more focused on pointing outwards. Like there's the astrological area that's on the second floor, kind of in the like northeast corner. There's a few offices down on this ground floor towards the left. Down below, there seems to be a few laboratories. It's kind of hard to determine what they might have been. It mostly has people's names written into them, as if it was like their office and place where they would have done research. Yeah, kind of stuff like that.
Chinook's just gonna point at the cafeteria or the kitchen sign, and not say anything. Just keep pointing at it until someone notices.
You think they have bacon?
This place has been here for many years.
Did you forget that we've been time traveling?
I don't think we've gone that far back. I mean, who am I to stop us from finding out? But I feel these laboratories are probably more useful.
Laboratories? What do you think they were for?
Squirrels.
Ha ha, Chinook. The squirrel would have told me if there was a squirrel laboratory.
Oh, did he say tons of full-length sentences?
He did, actually. That's very rude of you to assume that he was not quite articulate.
Wait, did the squirrel actually talk in full sentences? Or was it more like choppy?
Oh, no, he had... I mean, he is a squirrel. It wasn't like he was batting, above average. But yeah, no, there was definitely some full sentences in there.
So no like dissertations or like theses or anything like that. But it was just
What's a
normal
thesis?
conversation. Yep. Okay.
As you guys are trying to determine where your next destination in this observatory is, we're going to take a quick break here as we fix some cameras. It'll just be a couple minutes. Go ahead and go stretch, get some water, pet a dog if you like, maybe a cat if you're a cat person, or a fish if you just want to like go wave hi. Anyway,
I should not pet my fish.
please don't. They might not like it. Anyway, we'll be back in just a couple minutes. We'll take a longer break here in a little bit. Well, I see movement there. We'll be back in just a second, guys. Hang tight.
Lily just saw him break.
And we're back. Thank you very much for hanging in there. Chum now has a working camera. Woo!
I'm back.
Last we left off, our fine adventurers here found themselves in a observatory in the Ruins of Draconia, trying to determine where to go, having found a directory that's pointing towards a laboratory, an astrological observatory section, offices. There might be some sort of kitchen down below. Yeah, you're welcome to continue roaming around, going towards specific sections, whatever you guys want to do. Most of this directory is not legible. Like you can't read most of it. It's either been like cracked or destroyed or like buffed out by things scratching it. So most of this area is still fairly unknown.
As we are moving forward, I don't know where we're going, but as we choose a direction, I would like to cast Detect Magic.
Okay. Detect magic.
I'll just
Excuse me.
have that up.
Does that lasts for like 10 minutes, right?
Yeah.
And that's within 30 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sick.
So, do we want to go check out the laboratories or head to the kitchen? Or what do we think?
I mean, we should probably just check this entire place.
Do we want to split up?
Yes.
Split no party. Split no.
I definitely want to check the kitchen for pork style products.
Maybe there's some salted pork. I'll go with Charlie.
Chinook, you feel something hit the back of your head. Very light.
The fuck was that?
Squirrel.
Huh?
Do I see anything?
Yeah, there's a rock behind you that just fell from the back of your head.
Looking up, do I see anything?
I mean,
Or
you
is it
see
just...
the top of the observatory.
Okay.
You all right, Chinook?
They're just rocks falling. Of course, they land on me,
Oh,
not the shell of another party member.
interesting. Do you need something to like maybe you just have some bad luck? Do you need like a good luck charm?
That would be great. I gave mine to Turley.
Oh, that probably would have been really useful right about now.
Wait, you gave a good luck charm to me? What'd you give to me?
Those rocks.
Those weren't for good luck. Those are for, the squirrels.
Well, we better move before Chinook's already bad luck gets worse.
Yeah,
Alright,
yeah.
So I'm gonna go check out the laboratories.
Yep, kitchen.
I will join you, Miss Wynn.
I will also take the lab.
Okay. You would have noticed on the directory that the kitchen is 2 floors down and the laboratory is only 1 floor down. Go
I
ahead.
refuse to look at the name. I just go to the lab.
Sick. Also, I'm weirded out by the fact that I said laboratory and not laboratory. I think I watched too much Dexter's Lab when I was a kid. It's just
To the
stuck.
laboratory.
Like his friggin' omelette du fromage being the only phrase that he can say.
Omelette du fromage.
If we weren't completely in a show right now, I would share an anecdote with you, but I can't, so I'll do it in Discord.
Make a note for it, yes. Dee, get out of my laboratory. Yes, very good. Okay, yeah. So you guys are heading towards the back of the observatory where you see that there are a set of stairs that lead down. It's very dark in here. There are like wall sconces where light may have been set previously, but there's no added light here. There's no windows in this stairwell. So it's very dark. What are you guys doing to try and see through all this?
I spend 2 key points to cast dark vision on myself.
Shit. All right. Hell
You
yeah.
actually a monk? God damn you.
Do I have dark vision?
You would just see Anders
I do.
concentrating, maybe making some hand movements. Actually, is there verbal with that? Yeah, and muttering some arcane words.
Cool. I love it. All right. So you can now see in the dark. What was the determination for Miss Wynn? Can you see in the dark?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Dwarves.
All right. How dark is it? Like we can't see at all?
There's, the building is not structurally sound or as structurally sound as when it was originally constructed. It did relatively survive the crash of what it was built on top of plummeting to the ground and crashing into a ravine. So you would imagine that there are several cracks running through it. So there is some light pouring through, but not enough to like be able to see everything. It's just like little shafts of light hitting the opposite wall, and that's about it.
Hey, Miss One, how good is your armor?
Masterwork.
Okay, just asking for later. Never mind. Continue.
Right. Do. Can Chinook see in the dark?
I can't see shit.
I know that feel.
The reason I was asking, wait, that's meta. We can't do that. We're not doing that.
Mistwin will sheathe his broken greatsword and will strike a torch and light it so everyone can see just fine.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
And I will be in the front.
Right on. Leading down the stairs, it's not a fully intact staircase. It's like made out of marble and stuff, so it's fairly sturdy. But some of the steps are cracked and broken, and when you step on them, they kind of slide around just a little bit. But it's not enough to be particularly dangerous if you're keeping an eye out for that kind of thing. So you reach the first underground level, and there's another directory down here indicating what is on this level. There's the laboratories. I fucking said it again. Laboratory. There is a oh shit, what's it called? Like a specimen room. And then there's the planning room. And then there's an arrow pointing down towards the kitchen and several other rooms down there.
You still want to check out this floor and we'll go look at the other one? Or do you want us to stay with you?
You two can do whatever you want.
Are you
Oh
scared?
yeah, I
though?
can. Well, no. We can
No,
do
no,
what we
you-
want to. We can leave our friends behind, but I feel like, I don't know. What do you think, Turley?
I mean, we can go on if that's okay. I mean, unless you guys want us to be around because you're chicken. Okay.
No. He's fine. Although if you do find chicken down there, save some for me.
You look kind of chicken. Okay.
Because we don't want to go to the kitchen?
Yeah, that's it. That's it, Anders. Just that.
I'm gonna
Nothing
walk
else.
into I'm gonna walk into the specimen room.
You are?
Yes.
Okay. Is anyone following him?
Yes.
I'm just gonna give Turley a look as I back away slowly and dip into the specimen room.
I give it back, but with one finger instead of two. I don't know if that means the same thing in Exandria, but we're gonna pretend it does.
Okay. Hang on, I'm writing something down, sorry. It's a very long thing. I don't know. Okay. Great. So, you walk into the specimen room, and it's very dark down here. There are no external windows. So you're utilizing everything that you have with your dark vision in order to dimly see in here. And yeah, Miss One's got his torch. I forgot the word torch. So you can see fairly well in here. And you see several metal cages with really nothing in them. Tables that seem to be like bolted into the ground. Glass kind of shattered towards the tilted end of the slant of the room. You would have to search a little bit more to see what's in here.
Would you like to know more? I would like to search around more.
I will also search around more.
Okay.
Sure, I will also search around more.
Tight. Go ahead.
Well, no, if Chinook is searching around more, I don't want to search around more.
What do we have to do?
Roll an investigation check if you can. Hey, you already got it. Look at you go.
Hey.
Look at you go.
It is a 19.
Sick.
All right. So an 18, or are we going with the 18 on the investigation from Mistwind, 5 from Chinook, and what was the number from Anders again? Sorry. My brain sucks today.
19.
19. Hell yeah, buddy. Great. So Mistwind and Anders, you two kind of roam around the room a little bit and notice that there is a sign above the door indicating the name of the lab here. This is the Laboratory of Customized Cyanogenics. There's a station just to the right of the door where there might have been some sort of research partaken here. Like even some beakers still remaining on kind of the desk area here. But outside of that, most of everything in here is destroyed. You see some cages that are open, and there might be some like animal fur that remains. Some portions of the cages kind of burned away. What's a good way to say that? Where's this fun little chart that I was given that helps me describe things, because my brain sucks today. Nah.
Did I give you that chart?
You sure heckin' did. It's very good.
I love that chart so much. It's so good.
It's great. Corrosion. Corrosion is what I'm looking for here. Perfect. Thank you for that chart, because brain does not work today. That's the most that you can tell. And Chinook, you're trying to like kind of go off in your own in this room and search stuff, but Mistwind is like carrying the light elsewhere. So you're like trying to fight against where the light is and have a hard time seeing anything.
Any magical auras?
In this specimen room, not particularly, but in the room next door, there seems to be something hanging for you.
Which one was that? Was that the lab, or was that the other one?
The other one, the planning room.
Well, I'm not seeing much in here, but I am getting a ping of some magic in the other room next door, the planning room. Should we hop on over there?
So nothing survived in this room. It was just maybe some beakers or something, just junk and trash and stuff like that. Nothing's viable or
It doesn't
books
seem
or
so.
notebooks or anything.
Not really, no. Most of the stuff that would have been on top of any of the tables and surfaces in here is kind of gathered in one of the corners, but it's covered in rubble and dust and debris and whatnot.
Yes, we are clearly looking for something arcane, right? To match the orb. So, lead on.
All right. To the next room.
We're going to go ahead and switch over to our friends going into the kitchen. So you guys make your way further down to the now lower level and find all of the signs that lead you directly towards this kitchen. The door, however, appears to be shut, and it's not opening with, just a regular twist of the handle.
Great.
Is it locked?
Seems like it.
Like actually locked?
I will try the knob again. Is it like actually locked?
It's kind of hard to tell. You you've probably tried to open a locked door before and it kind of has a little bit of give. This handle is not moving at all. Even you trying to twist it any which way, pull it or push it, it's not really moving.
So if I need to make an argument for why Turley would say this, I'll gladly do so. But Turley would turn to
Kelby?
Kelby.
not why I'm laughing. Turley would turn towards Kelby and say, so listen, the door is closed, right? But I don't know if you remember me saying this from before, but I came from the future.
You have mentioned this, yes.
Yeah, it was the orb. I touched the orb and it brought me back in time. I lost some experience, but there is one thing that I remember from back in the day.
Okay.
Yeah, it's this very advanced spell that I think will help us in this situation and get us through this door.
Okay. Go for it.
Great. Hey, DM.
What's up?
I would like to attempt to cast Knock, knowing full well it is not in my spell book. A cleric can't cast Knock, and this is not going to work.
Cool.
See, that's why I was laughing.
No, that's great. I like it a lot. You attempt to cast Knock, and you feel energy brought to you. Similar energy that you expel with any of your spells as a cleric.
I think it's working, Kelby.
Oh, great.
You kind of feel a tether of the weave of magic pulling towards you, and as you knock your hand on this door, you hear a very loud knock.
Kelby, the door is unlocked. You can try the knob.
Kelby will look at him and look at the door. Did you just knock? And
Yeah.
she's gonna try to open it.
It's not moving.
Listen. I don't want to get your hopes up.
Okay.
I think your form was really nice. And I liked the thing you did with your eyebrows there at the end when you were like really focused. But it does look like it's still it's still not gonna open. Keeper looking at the door, like is it like a rotting door, a fully fledged door? You know what I mean? Like what's the status of this door? Is it complicated?
It's not super complicated. It seems to be a metal door. Like a kind of cool kitchen door with like a window in it. But there's nothing spectacular about it. It's mostly just a metal door. It doesn't even look like it's like rusting or anything. But if you happen to try and like look through this window, which you can kind of do since, the building is still kind of on this tilt. You can kind of try and look in there. Even trying to get light in there, you can't see anything.
Kelby's gonna ask, Turley, excuse me. Remember how I said that thing about lifting me up? That's actually pertinent right now. Could you just raise me up so I can try and take a peek through that little window there?
I will pick Kelby up.
And I can't see anything like through the window, like not even like the floor on the other side.
Right. Yeah. You kind of, put your hands and eyes up against this door to try and zero in on what might be on the other side of this door, and you kind of just see a bunch of rocks.
Just rocks.
Do you see any bacon?
It could, I don't know. Is there ever any bacon that looks like rocks?
No. You don't see any long pork, do you?
No. I'm not really sure I know what that is, but
Yeah, is it? No, we're gonna skim past that, and I'll just tell you, you don't want to know what that is, so we're gonna move on.
Okay, great. Some people say that people taste like pork. Did you know that?
It's funny. I feel like you know what long pork is.
Sorry, ooh, that took me by surprise.
Yep.
Okay. Charlie.
Yep.
How badly do you want this bacon?
Both Saint and Turley. I feel like that's a loaded question. I would very much like some bacon.
Okay. Here's the deal.
Yep.
I can get in that room, but I'd be by myself. And then if something bad happens, I'd probably be converted into long pork.
But hang on for 1 second. Hang on.
Mhm.
Can you get the bacon to me before that happens?
I don't think so. This door is kind of harshing my vibe.
Bad plan. Pass.
Okay, right. So here's the thing. You can put me down now. Thank you. Here's the thing.
Charlie doesn't put you down.
Oh, she's gonna like turn to him and put her hands on both sides of his face and look at him. Do you think you could break down this door as you are now?
Absolutely not.
What if you were just a little bit tougher? You think you could break it down then?
I cannot remember the stat buffs of the spell you're referencing. The player can't. So I can't answer
I'm
you.
just what's your strength modifier? Dude?
+2.
+2?
Yep.
Okay. Listen, we can admit defeat and we can go ask one of them to come pick this lock.
Let's do it.
Okay. Kelby will just kind of shrug and look around. Is there anything else on this floor other than the locked kitchen?
Yeah, looking around, you coming down the stairs, you would have come to a hallway that leads just like back towards where the entrance would have been. Most of it is collapsed in, but there is one other room in here. It's like 2 doors down to the left.
We should check this door that's 3 doors down. I mean, two doors down to the left. I don't know. Maybe there's like a key or something.
Yeah, we should definitely check that out.
You know, I was thinking about it. Maybe, I mean, I saw some rocks, but maybe they weren't quite rock. It was like they were kind of a different genre, like alternative rock.
Like different rocks, like slightly, a different look, perhaps.
Yeah,
different
but
feel to them, like a different vibe.
Yeah, but I don't know if they were bacon.
Okay.
I hope that they're doing okay upstairs. I would hate for some weird science experiment to, I don't know, rip their faces.
Yeah, me too. But important to note.
Bacon.
Yep. No, that's kind of a long pork situation. Important to note, Turley has not set you down yet.
Yep, and Kelby has kind of just settled in, like she's not fighting it.
All right, so you guys are walking towards this other door,
Mm-hmm.
and by you guys, I mean Turley is walking and carrying Kelby.
Yeah, I think
one-handed.
Yeah,
Tight.
Kelby is just kind of like pondering.
I like this a whole bunch. Yeah, you are led down this hallway to this other room. It seems to be kind of like a break room. There's, some like motivational words etched into the walls. Some broken furniture towards the slant of the room. You're welcome to look around if you want to find anything.
Why would someone just hang up a picture of a sunset with the word courage on it?
I don't know. It's probably the same person that hung up the sign that says if you have time to lean, you have time to clean.
Yeah, that's. I don't know. Do you see anywhere that someone might discard a kitchen key or, I don't know, mysterious item that explains our inexplicable existence on this mortal soil?
You know what? You know what, Kelby? I'm gonna need you. Oh my god. I'm gonna need you to explain how exactly I'm supposed to know where someone would discard a kitchen key. Like, I understand the question and the meaning behind it, and the reason you asked. I get it. I do. But how is someone supposed to know that?
Here, put me down. I'll show you.
I will tentatively put Kelby down.
Kelby will get down and kind of take a couple steps forward. I'm a person, and I work here. I was in a hurry. The manager was very angry and entrusted me with the key. She'll then kind of like take a couple steps into the room and look left and look right. The posters are not compelling to give me meaning in my job. And she'll kind of begin to like move around the room and mimic like taking a break at work. She's gonna like kind of take off her cloak and lay it over, the broken coat rack kind of a deal. And move over to like the cabinet and stuff. Basically, I just want to investigate the room, but the entire time Kelby's doing it with the flavor of, oh man, I just really hate working weekends. I can't believe they called me in on my day off. I explicitly told them that I can't do this time block. As she like looks in a drawer.
Cool. Yeah. I love this very much. So you meander about this room with a familiarity that only someone who may have actually been here might have. Or Kelby might have like been in a similar break room elsewhere where she's from.
She is just playing
God's
pretend.
only know.
She's just full on, like, just absolutely playing pretend in here. Let's play break room.
I love this. So Kelby opens a drawer as if to grab something that a employee might have grabbed out of this, like maybe it was a coaster for a coffee cup or something, who knows. And you hear something rattle towards the back of the drawer.
Oh, great. She's gonna look down and just like reach in and pull whatever this item is from this drawer.
It appears to be a book.
Oh. She's gonna like run her hand over it and look really excited at Charlie. But maybe it's one of those ones with those fake pockets. What's the title on the book?
You kind of wipe it off and you kind of notice you really don't need to. This book is pristine in kind of an odd way. It doesn't seem like something that has been here for however long it has been, and in such a room of disrepair, in such a nation of disrepair, that it could not even have a bent corner. But it is perfect. There is no title on this book.
Kelby's gonna open it then. Just kind of like turning it over. She's gonna like open the book to try and see if there's a fun like cutout where someone's keeping like a flask or
Like pop-up book that you got there.
Oh gosh, if we're lucky.
So you open the book and flip through the first, well, you just kind of like randomly open it, and none of it seems to make any sense. It doesn't seem to be in a language that you know how to decipher.
Well, either this person has horrific penmanship, or this is in a language that I don't understand.
Let me see that book for a second.
Here you go. And she'll hand it over and then kind of find something to sit on while she watches Shirley examine the book.
He asks, knowing that I don't.
Hi, readers. Welcome in. Hope you guys had a good stream.
Hey, what's up, readers? How you
Hello.
doing? Can I read the book?
I mean, are you just gonna like open it and try and read it?
I mean, unless I get a sense that there is another way to read the book. Am I picking up on a weird vibe?
Well, upon initial glance, it doesn't seem to be words or characters that you recognize. But you flip back to like the first page, and written in common, it says "Property of Clara."
What do you see, Turley? What do you see with your special turtle eyes?
It appears there is a ward against my knock spell, and that's why it didn't work.
Oh, well, that's
It's all written here. It's
pretty
like a safety precaution in the warning labels in the beginning of the book.
Oh, so it's just like a manual for the doors here?
I think so, yeah.
Seems like a weird thing to put in a drawer.
Absolutely.
Okay, but really, what does it say, Turley?
It says we're all doomed and we're gonna die here in Draconia.
Ooh, a
Yeah.
ghost story?
Yeah, it's a scary story. Do I know a Clara, by the way? In reference to Draconia, in reference to any Dragonborn, in reference to any historical factor or figures or anything like that?
I mean, you can roll a history check if you'd like. Clara is also spelled C-L-A-R-A-H, kind of like Sarah.
Okay, yeah. I feel like the DC on this is a 30, but I'm still gonna roll because why not?
Give it a shot.
Almost as high as I can roll, 21.
21. You would know that Clara is a fairly common name in Wildmount and in the Empire itself. But other than that, it doesn't ring a bell as far as who it might actually belong to.
So I can partially decipher the first page, Kelby, and it seems like this might have been like a journal of some kind. Probably thrown in a drawer because it was found after whatever this incident is. It's from a person named Clara. Right, but it's spelled a little weird. It's got an H at the end. So it's like it's a regional thing, but I think it's pretty common and popular. But however, the first page, the one thing I can determine is that this person preferred to go by the nickname Dizzy.
Dizzy.
Dizzy. D-I-Z-Z-Y. Dizzy.
Oh, well. To each their own, I guess. I tried
Yep.
a nickname once. It wasn't really for me.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah.
Okay. Well, since it doesn't have a key, and I thoroughly looked over this place on my allotted 20-minute break, perhaps we should go rejoin the others and see if they might have better options opening the door.
Yeah, that's fine. Just keep Dizzy's journal. I think it's going to be important later to unlock the
okay.
clue.
Yeah, hand it over. And Kelby will take the journal.
Tight. And you guys go and rejoin the other group, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
I feel like this is the perfect time to take our actual break.
Okay. Nice.
We'll be back in 5 to 10-ish minutes. Sit tight, but also get up and stretch if you can, if you're able. It feels great. Just get the blood moving and stuff. And we'll be back in just a few minutes. All right. Thanks so much. And we're back. Turley is just a name for a camera, which is totally fine.
Why didn't you tell me?
I just noticed it. It's okay.
I'm here.
And then you turned it off, and you turned it back on, and you turned it back off again.
And- nope.
And oh,
There we
There we
are.
go.
Yay, there he is.
Yay.
Woohoo! Hey everyone, thanks for hanging in there. Really appreciate it. We are still in this ruined observatory in the ruined nation of Draconia, as it is stuck tilted into this ravine. We had Turley and Kelby just roam the lower levels of this observatory, attempting to get into the kitchen unsuccessfully, but also finding a break room in which Kelby found a unnaturally pristine book, which Turley determined was the property of Clara, and that's the most that they can tell because the rest is written in a language they can't understand.
Dizzy.
Yes, Dizzy. Property of Dizzy. Amazing, adorable, I love it. They are now running upstairs to go and join our friends Chinook, Mistwin, and Anders as they head towards the planning room, where Mistwin was able to determine where some sort of magic item was. So, would you guys wait for everyone, or is this you just immediately going in there?
Oh, we're just going in.
Tight.
Yeah,
All right.
we
Let's
wouldn't
go.
know if they wouldn't know they were coming back. So
That's fair. That's totally fair. Okay, yeah. So you guys enter into this room, and it's the door at the very end of the hallway, kind of looking towards where the entrance to this building would have been. So it's like the directions are weird now. Anyway, it's the last room. It's larger than the specimen room. And passing by the laboratory, you would have noticed it's also larger than the laboratory as well. This room has a table that's like, it's a wooden table, but it's like someone just sliced a chunk out of a very big tree and turned that into a table. It's very nicely polished, kind of beaten up a bit, as it would have been rattled in the descent. But yeah, it's like stuck into the ground here. There's really nothing on the table because of the slant of the building itself. But you see a large map on the wall in the back.
Map.
Map. I'm a map. I'm a map.
What-
I'm a map.
What does this map detail?
Heading up towards the map, you would see that this is some sort of map looking mostly towards Taldore. And it's got like strings and pins in it detailing what you would know as the last known locations of the Chroma Conclave before Draconia fell.
Wow.
Hmm.
And the magical signature is coming from this map.
Not quite. There's a pile of rubble kind of towards the back of the right of the room. Seems to be in there.
All right, I'm gonna dig in this pile of trash over here. You two, you want to check out the map?
yes,
yes.
All right, you're gonna dig through this pile.
Dig, dig, dig.
Do you have anything that's gonna help you with this, or is this another one of your cool dwarf? I have expertise stuff in masonry, cool shit.
Hold on.
Actively holding.
I think I might have something. I feel like tinderbox. No. I don't know. I was kind of just thinking I would dig with my hands, but
You probably got some like good working calluses on those hands.
yeah.
Maybe.
Or I'll use my shield.
Okay.
Yeah.
My headset's dying. That sucks. Anyway.
For some reason I thought I would have like a trowel or something.
Yeah,
I
like a
don't think
spade, maybe.
Yeah, like adventurers have.
But you just say that you have one. You coming from where you've come from and you being set on adventuring, you probably have one for various purposes.
Okay,
Let's just say you have one. That's fine.
I have one.
I'm not going to deny you a shovel.
I have shovel.
Tight. Shovel dig. What kind of check would this be? I want this to be some sort of check. How about like
Would you-
a
Is it
strength
like an
check?
athletics.
Athletics is
strength?
cool. I mean, it's both
Okay.
kind of the same thing, right? Unless you have proficiency in it, in which it is different. But go for it.
Natural 20 for a 27.
Hot diggity shit, dude. Yeah, you very deftly maneuver your way through this pile, kind of finding the larger chunks of rocks and debris, and pushing them to the side. Nary a stray rock falls into what you are attempting to unearth here. Yeah, you dig for maybe about 5 minutes here until you hit what looks like a metal box, kind of like a keepsake box. This seems to be the thing that's pinging with magical energy.
The box itself or something inside of it?
Concentrating harder, it seems like there's something inside of it.
Okay. I will open the box.
It does not immediately open.
Is it locked? Is there like a keyhole or something?
Yeah, looking around, it's fairly ornate. What's a good word to describe it? Let's pick up this fun description thing. I don't know if it's gonna help me, but I'm reaching here. It's like silver in appearance, but more sturdy than silver, I guess. I don't know metals very well. But it has very ornate carving on the top of the box. It kind of bows out a little bit and has little tiny feet on each of the little corners there. And right in the middle, there appears to be a very small keyhole.
Does anyone have a key? Anyone?
I would say that this is about the time that Turley and Kelby come walking in, so you would have heard, does anyone have a key?
Do I notice the box?
Depends on which direction Mistwin is turning to ask this question.
I mean, I have these, and I hold up the thieves' tools.
You wanna take a go at this?
Of course. First, I will check it for traps.
Are you messing around with Dizzy's box?
What?
I said, are you messing around with Dizzy's box?
I'm not sure. Is there a name on the box?
Is there a name on the box?
There doesn't appear to be
What's
a
in the
name on the
box?
box.
You guys have a box?
What's in the box?
What's in the box? What's in the box? I'll check it for traps.
Okay, make a perception check.
Ooh, apparently I'm rolling in here. 24.
Habit, I guess.
Yep.
There does appear to be some sort of mechanism within the very small keyhole. You, with your special eyes, can tell that if the key is not inserted in a very specific way, it will trip this trap.
Would I know that, or is it such that you have to use the key? Like if I use the thieves' tools, it would set it off?
You being as adept as you are with your thieves' tool, you can likely work around it now that you know that the mechanism is there.
Okay. Did anyone respond to the key question?
Shirley most certainly did not.
Pardon? There was a question?
Well, he asked if anyone had found the key. Did you find the key by any chance?
No. Do you need one too?
Well, I don't necessarily need one. I can probably open this without the key, but a key would be better.
Oh, do you know hey, do you know the Knoxville too?
No. But I have these.
Just
All right, I'll give it a shot. Everyone, maybe step back in case this doesn't go so well. This has a protection, so I don't want anyone to get hurt. If maybe just me. So, all right. All right. So thieves tools is what, a dex check plus proficiency? Is that?
I think you can actually click on it, and then there's an option to roll with them, and then it'll ask like which skill. I play a rogue. I should fucking know this. Hang on.
That's just displaying it.
There is a way. Let me pull the rogue.
It would just be Dex plus proficiency though.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to do that.
So it's a +7.
Unless you have expertise in thieves tools.
I don't have expertise. No, I'm just proficient. So that's a 23.
Woo! Hot shit. All right. Monk being cool with thieves tools. Yeah, you set this this box down on something so that you can use both hands with your tools. And maybe for the first 15 seconds or something, it seems like it's having a hard time like getting around this mechanism. But once you kind of find your way around the back of this thing, you just kind of click, and the top just kind of pops open.
Voila.
You're pretty good with those tools.
I had a good teacher.
Cool.
Miss
So-
Wynn?
Oh, but I guess I can open it. Yeah.
I mean, it's... Well, I opened it. It's safe.
All right. I'll take a peek at what's inside.
Okay. So you open the box, and it's, for it being a metal, like, ornate box, you would think it would kind of creak a little bit. It is silent. Inside is a deep red kind of plush, it's like plush lined. It's like kind of squishy in there. And there seems to be like a little ribbon poking out from underneath another kind of plush top. Kind of like, you know, in a jewelry case or something, it's holding it shut. You flick it open with a flick of the wrist. It opens and kind of like thunks back on the top of the box, revealing a amulet. It's got an iron chain necklace that just kind of hangs off to the side, but this amulet is held in place with some sort of a cord to keep it right in the middle. It appears to be carved from obsidian, and has very ornate shaped carving on it. It looks like a screaming skull. In the eyes, there are 2 rubies, and its gaping mouth is full of emerald teeth.
Well, I would say this is an impressive find, but I think what is the school of magic that I detected?
Opens
And
up
is
Morningstar
it-
to get...
Yeah, I gotta do that shit.
And is it coming from the amulet or from the trap?
It would be coming from the amulet.
That's what I
Hang
thought.
on. I don't quite know exactly what it is. 1 second. I'm looking it up really quick because I'm silly and I should know this.
What is it, Miss Twin?
It is a. It's an amulet. That's the wrong accent. Hold on. It's an amulet. It's a skull with rubies and emeralds.
Oh, well, that sounds kind of nice.
I mean, yeah, it's a little intimidating, but besides that,
Just wait, hang on. Just rubies and emeralds. Are any diamonds in there? Diamonds?
No.
Yeah.
just two ruby eyes and then some emerald teeth.
Is it a person's skull?
No, it is it's made out of obsidian. The skull.
Is it a person of obsidian skull?
Perhaps if that person was also extremely diminutive.
Like a child.
Yes.
Hey DM, do I know of any obsidian children?
Jesus.
You don't have to roll for that. No, you do not.
Okay. Listen,
God.
I run Morningstar and Roundhouse, so I ask every question. Just
No,
in
it's
case.
great. No, I love it. I'm having a hard time determining what school this might come from. I want to say enchantment. I'm going to go with that. Yeah, that seems the most likely.
Well, that's
I'm going to bookmark this
Not-
fucking page.
that's not the most intimidating, but it's not the least. So I will pick it up.
You touch it?
I dodge it.
Okay.
No. He's touching
I like
it
that-
again. He's
I like
doing
that-
it again.
Chum had to make disapproving sounds as him and as Anders.
Gotta cover the bases there, you know? Make it known to both in and out of character.
We are displeased.
The iron chain feels cold, and the obsidian is a bit sharp.
Pointy,
Pointy.
like I could cut myself on it. Sharp.
Like if you really squeezed it, yeah.
Do it.
Would advise against it, but just for your own personal safety.
Nothing happens when I pick it up.
Hey,
Oh, look at
hey,
that.
hey, is that Dizzy? Yeah, Dizzy?
No, I think that's an amulet. I don't think that's called a dizzy.
No, but was it Dizzy's? This is my question.
Oh, I don't know. Are there any words on it that you can't read, Miss Twin?
Any words on it?
I mean, not that you can immediately tell, no.
No, it just seems like an amulet.
Turley, maybe we can keep looking around, and if we find Clara, we can give her back her diary and her necklace.
Miss Twin, I have a question for you. When you were like holding it, were you holding it up so that it would dangle, or were you holding it so that the amulet was actually just in your hand?
That it would dangle.
Okay.
But
It would...
also,
Go ahead.
I did touch the amulet.
Yeah.
As well, not
Yeah.
just the chain.
Mm-hmm. No,
Okay,
that's
so
how you
yes,
knew
I-
it was sharp.
Okay, I am holding it as like a cincture,
Okay.
you know, like holding it up like that.
Cool. So you hold it and like ask everyone about it. Like, are there words on here? And it just kind of sways there. Actually, here.
Uh-oh.
No, it's my Hope's holy symbol that I made.
There are props.
Props. So it just starts swaying, and you're just kind of holding it, not really paying attention to it, but it like just stops and faces Anders. Like unnaturally so. The way that this amulet is and like the chain is, it's connected to a loop, as most things are that are just on a chain, so it's not just accidentally looking sideways or whatever. So the way that you're holding it, it should like kind of look outwards from your palm, but Anders is like over here and it turns.
I'm gonna spin it.
Cool. Yeah, it spins, goes back, like the tension forces it back and forth, and it stops as it naturally would.
Not looking at me.
Not looking at you.
Okay.
Well,
That was odd.
Okay.
Anders, do you know what that is? Does it look familiar? Maybe
does
like
it-
a
Does it look familiar to me?
But I don't know. Does it roll a roll like
I
a
think
history check,
so.
or even an
Yeah, I
Arcana
think
check, because
so.
you know it's a magical item? Whatever
I'll
one.
go with history.
Sick.
14.
14. I mean, you've seen amulets all over the place, especially in your travels. But this one, no.
I've not seen anything like this. It's very interesting, but no.
Well, I suppose we move on. I'm just gonna put it into a vest pocket.
You try and do that, and it like it fights you. It doesn't want to be put away. You try and like shove it into a pocket, it just spills right back out.
Hey, Mr.
Whoa.
When did you take up Menagerie?
Actually, in one of my younger years, but that's not what I'm doing here.
Hey,
I'm
do I
gonna pull
believe
it-
him on the younger years? I'm just curious.
I don't know, do you?
I know it was a throwaway comment, but I want to know if there was memory in his past.
Roll an insight check, and Miss
I would
Win
love
roll either
nothing
persuasion or
more.
deception based on what you believe to be true.
This is a character decision that I have to make real quick.
It sure is.
That's a
I'm
nat
not making that
20
for you.
25. That's a nat 20 for 25. Thank you very much.
Sick.
On insight, I am very keenly attuned to the carnival bullshittery that you are propensing to have.
There was no memory in this one's past,
I'm gonna remember that.
aside from maybe like mocking people.
It's not very kind at all. Okay.
I'll pull it back out, hold it up again,
Okay.
see if it faces anyone.
It takes like 10 seconds for it to fully settle and stop moving. And you see it twitch and then slowly turn towards Anders again.
This thing, what?
I think it's likes
I'm gonna walk up to it, and kind of look it in the eyes.
Cool, gross, okay. Yeah, it's still like tilted towards you. The rubies in the eyes shine a little bit.
Do you want to touch it?
I mean, yes, I do. I just don't know if I should.
Why shouldn't you?
Why shouldn't I?
Yeah, why shouldn't you?
I'll just so he's holding it, you know, dangling from the chain. I'll reach up and kind of just grab the amulet itself and just kind of spin it around and just look at the whole thing.
Okay.
See if I notice anything about it.
Okay, so you touch it.
Compartments or engravings or anything like that.
Sorry, I had to. So you grab it, and you noticed, as Miss Wynn might have also noticed, is that it's very sharp. The obsidian seems like it was like, I don't know, sharpened when it was carved, and like it's not dulled at all. The gems set in it seem like they're perfectly fit for this amulet. Even turning it over, it's more finely detailed. Like the front of it looks like a skull, and the back of it is flat. But there's no specific detail on the back. It's just a very ornate kind of filigree decorating the back.
But not a language, just like a design.
Yeah, just a design.
Okay. That's very curious.
Well, you see, it
What-
has these
what
like
type
these
of-
edges. Maybe if you run your hand across it, it might activate it or something.
I'm not inclined to cut myself on this thing, but what kind of magic possesses this?
Enchantment.
Why would an item like this be interested in me?
Perhaps it finds you enchanting.
Or an easy target.
You could just put it on.
That sounds like a very bad idea. Okay.
Sick. All right.
Listen, we're prone to bad ideas here, so every bad idea is a good
I
idea, kind of
mean,
thing.
we're pressing forward, right? I mean, we have nothing else to go on. This is the only
Well,
thing.
there's other places we could look. We couldn't get into the kitchen; it was locked. Perhaps you could pick that lock, but at the same time, do we really not know what this is? Is it not linked to the,
What was this purpose of this room again?
Can't words today. Based on the details on the map, it seems to have been the main planning room for
Okay.
tracking where the Chroma Conclave was setting up business.
Okay, so it's like a battle conference room kind of
Yeah,
thing.
like
where
a war room kind of.
high command would be planning out stuff. Okay.
Mhm.
I'm very happy that Ash now knows my struggles with Orglora Rosso.
God, I will never get that name right, and I feel bad about it.
Arugula Sammy Sosa.
Yep, Arugula Sammy Sosa.
Done.
So good.
I mean, yeah, I'll. Do you mind, Miss Twin?
By all means, I mean,
All right.
unless I
I'll,
spend some time with it, it's no use to me. Right, I'm assuming that when I touched it, I didn't immediately know what its purpose was, so I'd have to spend some time with it, probably.
Correct.
Maybe that would be better. Maybe we would just wait. I don't think putting it on is such a good idea without knowing what it can do. You just hold on to it. Although it didn't seem like it wanted to be put away.
Maybe you
how
should
about
keep it, Anders. since
I
it's
mean, I can hold on
keen
to it,
on you.
but
I mean, if you would like to hold on to it, that's fine. Or I could just put it on. It's totally up to you.
Anders should put it on and hold on to it.
Put it on. Keep it on.
Keep it secret and keep it safe.
you all very, very bad influence. Very bad.
Maybe
What did
you
I
should
say?
just wear it around your wrist, like a little dangly chain.
It seems a bit cumbersome for that. I'll put it on. I'll just take it from him and put it on. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
Yeah, it bites me.
Anders drops dead. Just kidding.
It swings and slits his throat.
Our word
No.
kill, 4th level, dead.
This is very Final Destination, and I'm not here for it. Thanks. It's not even October yet, which I'm fine with. Anyway, so you go to motion to put the amulet on. You know, like it's a full link chain, so there's no like connector or anything. So you go to put it around your neck, and as you lift it up, you get a closer look at the filigree on the back of the amulet. What languages do you know?
Oh, not this, probably. Common and undercommon.
Oh, I thought you said there wasn't any writing on it.
I mean,
Interesting.
not as far as you could tell.
Interesting.
Common and undercommon.
Yeah.
You now notice that the filigree spells something, but you can't. You don't know what it is. Do you continue putting it on?
Well, no. In that case, if I noticed that, I would say, wait a minute. These markings look like a word, but I cannot read it. Can everyone take a look and see if anyone can understand this?
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Common, Druidic, Primordial, Sylvan. Sylvan?
Sylvan.
Nope.
I tried.
Let me take a look at that. I understand Common. I
Okay.
understand Zemnian. And I understand Aquan.
Aquan, you say?
Yeah.
No.
God damn. This looks like it's in the bubble speech. I don't know that.
The bubble speech.
Bubbles.
I have Dwarvish and Elvish.
Dwarvish and Elvish. Unfortunately, no.
Calvi, it's up to you.
Kelby, do you know any other languages?
Did none of us take Draconic, you motherfuckers?
I'm sorry. You're asking me if I know any languages?
Yes.
Me, the one that grew up in the forests, isolated away from society.
I mean, plenty of people learn languages when they're isolated.
Oh. Well, I guess. Kelby's gonna look at it, and unless it's gnomish,
It is not.
yep, she's gonna look at it and go, "Oh, yes, actually. This says, take 2 before breakfast."
Does it say what kind of breakfast it requires?
Very.
Maybe on the back. Do you want to flip it
Very-
around?
Yeah, can you flip it around?
I thought it was on the back.
Yeah, it's on the back.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
the
we'll flip
front
it around to
then.
the front and see what it says on there. Does it say bacon? Does it say biscuits? Sausage gravy?
Oh, you're very droll, all of you.
Does it say waffles? Because waffles are superior to pancakes.
Hey,
well,
let's not get
since-
crazy.
Since
Why
we
don't
cannot,
you just put it on?
well, since we cannot find it a logical way, yes, I will put it. I will continue to put it on.
May I ask who is holding onto the orb right now?
Kelby is.
Kelby. Where is it?
It's in her pack, in a side pocket.
In a side pocket. Okay. Anders goes to place the amulet around his neck. And as soon as the chain touches the back of his neck, you feel your pack start to rumble there, Kelby.
Oh. Charlie, did you put a snake in my backpack?
100% yes.
You should have told me.
Sorry.
Like I think Kelby would have let out a little like as she felt her backpack move. I don't know if that would have stopped Anders from doing it, but from putting it on.
You got turtles in there? You got like turtles in there? Is that what you asked me?
Well, I think
No,
it happened as I put it on, so
Mhm.
it's too late.
Yeah.
Is it like tadpoles?
Oh, no, I think it's the orb.
Gotcha.
Gosh, here, let me. And Kelby's gonna drop her pack and rummage around for the orb.
Is
Okay.
Anders still there?
He's still there.
Anders, I swear to God, if you go someplace, I will never forgive you.
DM,
Will never
Yeah.
forgive myself.
I have a question.
I might have an answer.
Is Anders a vampire?
Yeah.
I'm not one to tell secrets. Just kidding. I don't. It's not for me to tell whether that's a yes or a no.
Fast forward like a year from now, and we all are told that Ash told Direct Threat when he joined the campaign, I need you to be a vampire.
A vampire air genasi, ready to go.
Yeah, Kelby's gonna pull out the orb. Like, is
Okay.
it glowing? What's it doing?
It is vibrating excessively in your hands. The case cracks a bit more.
Oh, whoa.
The handles start to heat up.
It's really mad. It's really mad, and I don't know what we did.
Just look into it.
What?
Just look at it.
Kelby's gonna kind of like tilt it to the side, but she's also gonna look up at Anders like with the amulet and see if the amulet's doing something.
The amulet is resting around his neck.
Anders, take that off.
Put the candle back.
Put the candle back. All right. I'll lift the amulet chain so it's like not touching my skin, just to see, if that stops it.
It feels
Can
really
I lift
heavy.
it off of my... I can't lift it up?
No, it feels extremely heavy.
I would like to take, Charlie will take his staff and attempt to help the extrication of the necklace.
It's just like jabbing Anders in the neck, and it's really
Ow.
uncomfortable.
Ow.
I'm
Ow.
trying to help you. Just put it
Ow.
under the thing and I'll leverage.
Like,
Listen, this is how physics works. I
smack
learned
him
it in
the
school.
face. Charlie, stop it.
Listen, just let it happen. Just put it inside the bottom. Just do it.
I don't like the way this conversation is going.
Is there a check I
I
need to
don't
do to
think-
help him with my staff?
No, you're just jabbing him straight in the neck with your.
God damn it.
So as you're attempting
hell,
to
I
help,
tried.
you're attempting to help Anders with this, and even giving up on that.
Give me the orb. Give me the orb.
Oh, it's hot and it's weird,
Ah,
and I don't think I should give it to you.
I feel it's a bad
It's really
idea.
bad.
Everyone hold hands.
This seems to be something that the orb wants. Let's just do it.
Forward,
I-
right? Forward. We're going forward.
Yeah, I guess Kelby's gonna try and hand the orb to Anders, I guess. Like,
And you take it, you grab it.
Yes.
I hate it.
As soon as you make contact with the beacon, it stops vibrating. It is cool to the touch. And light pours out from the crack at the top. It juts in strange, odd ways, much like you guys have seen before, where these strings of light are connecting all of you. But anyone looking at these strings of light that are pouring out elsewhere can see it's almost like you're looking through a keyhole into another room, but you're looking into a different place, a different time, and each string of light looks different. You see just a sliver of a forest and a small glance into a library. And before you can even get any other sort of detail from these small strings of light, you are thrust and flung onto the ground. You are all prone. The amulet falls from your neck. And you glance around the room. Ruins everywhere. But there's light. And it's flat. And you hear glass shatter not too far away.
Shirley would immediately look at the orb. Is it still in one piece?
Yeah.
Okay,
But it's dull with no light.
just like my
This one-
soul at this point.
Mistwin, hearing glass shatter, will immediately get into a battle stance and look towards the source of the noise.
You see a man standing there. His hands hovering over an orb. One very similar to the beacon that you're holding, but this one appears to be intact. The glass that shattered was a cup of some sort next to the table that this man is standing next to. And he is looking at you all, mouth agape, eyes like deer in the headlights.
Hey, this is important. This is important. Why does that orb look like this one? And I am casting Zone of Truth.
Cool. Okay. That's like a wisdom save, right?
It is a charisma save
Charisma save.
with a disgustingly low fucking DC, but whatever.
Okay.
I don't know if it's gonna work or not. Yeah, it worked. Okay.
They succeeded.
Of course they fucking did, because my DC's 13 because I'm level goddamn 4. Sorry. Yep.
But the man outstretches a palm. You don't need to do that. I will tell you that you're looking for the truth?
Yeah. Also worth noting, everyone needs to make that save.
Yeah.
What does he look like? Like race, dress.
Sure. He appears very good. He appears to be human. Kind of simple brown hair, kind of like pushed to the side, not very ornate or anything. It's very clean cut. He's wearing silver and blue vestments that fall to the ground, long robes, kind of draping around his arms, and he appears to be wearing a necklace, some sort of holy symbol.
Where did you come from?
I'll be right back. And he grabs the beacon that he had directly in front of him and runs out the room.
Where did you go?
Should we chase him?
I'm thinking, yeah.
He said he'd be right back, but I'll. Am I still holding? You said the amulet fell off, so it's. But did I drop the beacon when I fell down or no? The orb.
I don't think you would have dropped it. It was more of like you fell prone and like was ejected off of your head. But it's just right next to you.
I'll gather up the amulet and the beacon or the orb and I'm gonna take off after the guy.
Okay. What's everyone else doing?
What the hell is going on?
Going.
I'm gonna run as well, but I'm gonna slightly stop for a second by the table and see if I can catch anything, any glimpse of where we might be or time period or anything like that.
Okay. Make a quick perception check for me. That would be cool.
8.
8. You can't quite tell like where you are based on what may be remaining on the table, but you do see a book with some sort of scripture on it.
I can't discern the.
It's in
The
common,
language,
so you can read it.
What's it called?
Well, it's like splayed open.
Oh. Well, we got some information. It's in common, and I'll keep going because I don't want to spend too much time.
Just like a quick glance, recognizing it in common, you would obviously recognize some of the words. It seems to be some sort of a holy text.
I'll flip it to the front cover. Is there any wording or insignia on the front?
There are several insignia of all different kinds of deities that you may know of. Some you don't know of.
Good deities?
A mix.
Shit.
Can I see the book?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if Turley's there with me, absolutely.
Cool. Hey, is Vandra one of the deities is on the cover?
Mhm.
Turley will keep his goddamn mouth shut and just notice.
So you all run after this guy at this point?
Yeah.
I am.
I'm getting too old for this shit, but yeah.
You all run down this well-lit tunnel, just for a few moments, and it opens up into a large cavern. Torchlight lighting the whole room. This place is massive. If you've ever been to like an underground cavern, where they're like, "Hey, you see that thing? It looks like it's not that far away. It's actually 100 yards away," kind of thing. It's that kind of large open area. But there also appears to be ruins of a city here. But this doesn't look like the ruins of Draconia. Draconia had a lot of marble and it was very ornate, kind of pompous in a way, whereas these ruins seem much older. It's very dusty and it's like you're underground, but there's a bit of a shaft of light coming from somewhere very far up. You run out into this cavern and are halted by the sheer amount of people down here. All very similar in kind of garb to what you saw with the man previously, but they all have different colorings and fittings, some holding onto shields, some wearing necklaces, some with weapons drawn at their side. But they all appear to be in some sort of vestments, some sort of holy garb. Anyone familiar with any of the deities within the Empire or Wildmount as a whole would recognize some of these. It is a vast collection of clerics. And they all look up at you as you realize you're kind of on a dais, however the fuck you want to pronounce it. I think it's dais. And the man who was previously speechless, running out of that tunnel, stands before you and just kind of turns around towards you and gives you the biggest smile, the biggest genuine smile you've ever seen someone give. And he starts crying. And you see the people out before you have a similar reaction. They're ecstatic. Some start sobbing, some start cheering, others start bowing and grasping beads or their holy symbol to pray. And the man finally shakes himself and walks up to whoever is the closest. Noticing Anders holding onto the amulet, he just grasps you on the shoulder and says, "We finally found you." And that's where we're going to end the session.
Of course.
Yo.
Of course.
Yo. Do y'all know what a cargo cult is?
No?
No.
What is this?
Fucking where we are. I'll tell you after the
Okay.
in the aftercare.
Great. Sorry.
Oh,
Hope I'm
that's
not...
where we're gonna end the session. You mother.
I'm sorry.
Yep. Fine. Whole bunch of clerics. We finally found you. No answers for a month. Ash.
3 weeks. 3 weeks, though. Our next session is October 20th. So
Thank
y'all better
goodness.
come back and figure out the hell is happening here. I know, but they don't. Yeah, that's gonna do it for us this month here at Against the Tides on Nat 20. We will be back in 3 short weeks with the continuation of this adventure. As a reminder, this is a monthly campaign where we do only play once a month, but who knows, that could be 2 weeks from now or a month from now. It just depends on everyone's availability. So this time around, it's only 3 weeks that you gotta wait. And I'm excited. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna very quickly go around the horn, reintroduce ourselves, talk about who we played today, and what you got coming up in the future. We're gonna start with Sarah.
Hello, I'm Osara Franco. I play Kelby Sparkspinner, the Forest Gnome Circle of Stars Druid. If you like my face and the words I say sometimes, you can find me on Twitch and Twitter at Osarix Franco. I'm in a variety of TTRPG content, both here on Nat 20. You can find me over the next month in some spooky stuff, some one-shots on Sunday, and I believe Smash Cut is coming back. And cannot wait. I'm so excited. You can also find me over at TBK Roleplay. I will be GMing a Fast and Furious themed sequel to Swift to Vicious using Keegan EXE's Renegades and Racers system. It's going to be a whole bunch of fun, so come check that out. And then you can find me there not this Saturday, but next Saturday in the morning for a Curse of Strahd campaign called Dark Echoes, where I play Irina Bolyana, which is just a whole bunch of fun. I have stuff, but I don't have stuff. I'm just very excited to again be Against the Tides because it's so good, and I just want to play forever, please. And thank you. And I missed all your faces. And Ash, thank you so much for another incredible session. It was phenomenal.
Yes, very good. I am Chum. I go by Chum Nation around the internet, and I'm playing just the monk. He's just a regular old monk. Don't worry about the spell casting stuff. It's fine. And just stay tuned to the Nat 20 postings and follow us on the socials and all that stuff. And Sane will talk more about schedules and things like that, I'm sure, if he's ready to. So I'll leave it up to him, but we're all signed up for some stuff in the future, so please come back. Tyrant.
Hey everyone, I am Tyrant. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at Dr. Tyrant. I played Mistwin Iron Fist. Yep, that's his name. The Dwarf Paladin. I had a lot of fun tonight. I hope you guys did too. Come back and watch in 3 weeks for whatever the hell is going on. Find out in real time. The only other thing that I am in currently is over on TPK every other week. So we had one last weekend, and then not this weekend, but next Saturday. Dark Echoes, a Curse of Strahd campaign, GM'd by the incredible Luca Locke. Sarah and I are in that. It's real good. And so if you like spooky vibes, especially with October coming up, definitely come check it out. But that's all I'm in as of right now. So don't worry about me. Check out everybody else's cool stuff. And speaking of everybody else's cool stuff, let's go on over to Saint.
Hey, that's me. Hi. I'm DMF Saint. You can find me at Twitch and Twitter on Twitch and Twitter at DMF Saint, as well as running things here at Nat 20. 3 weeks we have the next Against the Tides. I cannot wait, you motherfuckers. I'm so excited for where this is going. A community of random ass clerics. So amazing. For October on my personal channel, I run Season of Saint, which is a month-long horror-themed content fuckery. I will also be running some things here on Nat 20 for that month. Notably, every Sunday, for the first 3 Sundays, will be a trilogy of haunted house motif horror one-shots. So this Sunday, the 3rd, is the first one. And then the 10th and the 17th are the 2nd and the 3rd. We also have Smash Cut coming back after a very, very long hiatus on the 5th of October. Perhaps one of the best tables I think we've put together yet. It already is, and it might be better depending on whether or not somebody says yes. So so that's going on. I am also in a one-shot over on TPK Roleplay on the 14th. It is The Haunting, run by Turk Accented. It is a Call of Cthulhu one-shot. And also Stargate Basilisk, the other section of Last HP Heroes Stargate role-playing game campaign kicks off on the 22nd. And I can promise you, you really want to watch that show. I believe next in the order from me is Direct Threat.
Hey guys, I'm Direct Threat, the Air Genasi Circle of the Moon druid named Chinook. Thoroughly confused, in and out of character. Finding a new place at the end of every session is very interesting. A lot of suspense in between sessions, trying to figure out where we are. Not much coming from me. I'll be here in 3 weeks. But other than that, Ash.
Hey, that's me. I'm Ash, or I go by Ash and Rabbit here on Twitch and over on Twitter. I've been the DM for this. Yay! Really excited to come back to this in 3 weeks. Leading up to that, we have a lot of fun things here on Nat 20. Please be sure to check out our socials when we announce things that are coming up. We've got, Smash Cut. We've got some fun one-shots coming in. The return of Against the Tides, and then eventually in the near future, the return of Morningstar, and I'm very excited for that. As far as what I have coming up, This Saturday, I will be taking part of a dear friend named Gnome Ann. It is her Twitchiversary, and she's running a 12-hour-long multi one-shot of 4 different sessions all in one day. It's nuts. It's gonna be great. I'll be playing at 4 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. We know nothing about what's going on in any of these. We're going to be creating our characters live. It's gonna be cool. So check that out. I'll be posting about that. It'll be tight as hell. Sunday, I'll be playing in our return of Tenements of the Great Rift, run by Dat Magic Juice over on his channel as part of his Crits and Giggles show. It's a Princess of the Apocalypse / homebrew campaign, and it is bananas. It's very cool. Please come check it out. Everyone there is amazing. And then on Monday, I will be hanging out over on TBK Roleplay for the return of Swift and Vicious, and it's going to be real cool. If you haven't seen the first one, it's up on YouTube. Please do yourself a favor and go watch it so that you can prepare yourself for the insanity.
It will be relevant.
It will be extremely relevant, especially with all of Sarah's amazing costume changes. It's going to be very good. Yeah, we'll see you for Against the Tides in 3 weeks, but please stay tuned to socials for things coming up in the extreme near future. That's gonna do it for us. Don't forget to take care of one another in these trying times, and enjoy the stories that everyone tells. All right, we're gonna peace out. Bye, everybody.